of young people waiting to call the future by its name. The ideas becoming fuel to a machine of change, drawing close in rhythms of the miner's song as he carves veins under the earth for opportunities. More light, moving forward cautiously like a halting train. In these flames, there are new stories waiting for us to collectively come to a realization, to be raised like the young in the sight of the elders. Wisdom and guidance and patience, these are stories filling our pages, while the knowledge being tossed from hand to hand through sustainability. This is history in the making. Security is the cadence, the rhythm is stability. We twist ourselves to the groove of supply as each chord changes. Lamalanga, we turn ideas into legacies, going from burning fossils to using natural energy. Value creation in the greater African landscape. New chapter as global economies take shape. In every stage of the production cycle, cleaner future is the main thing. It's what we fight for. Positive policy change across the continent. In these flames, the trees become historical monuments. We proudly hang the words of these stories around our tongues like gold medals, cause together we've all won. So join in on the minor song. Minor remain the keys. Passion in our action will show you this isn't make-believe. Harmony and vision and desire. Men and women, old and young. Nejayo, Nietu, Leo. We have all come in one song, one drum. We dance round the fire of the past till the sun come. Finding ways to improve from where we come from. Power of great change can never be outdone. Iksasa, Eletu, Namfang, from Africa to the world, the ship that become. In this fire of the past, we refine new stories. In this fire of the past, I hear new stories. On the way, what do you see?
I'm excited by the vital role that the mining industry is playing in shaping the next phase of sustainable human progress.
The greatest win in this African industry was job creation, as well as foreign earnings for various countries in our country.
As the world contends with the urgent imperative to decarbonize, coupled with rapid urbanization, the demand for mined materials is set to increase even more.
Somebody said partnership is the new leadership. And I think that puts it in a very, very good perspective. So we have to work together across and beyond the traditional boundaries of our industries to make sure that this dramatic build-up of a green energy supply chain happens in a sustainable way.
We need to find more tier one discoveries. And where should we go? We should go to Africa.
For a country like South Africa, I know that we faced a lot of political headwinds. We are facing energy headwinds right now. There'll soon be tailwinds. And find yourself in a good position to invest in a country like South Africa.
Our industry is going to see a huge increase in the demand for our commodities. Any technology that's critical to decarbonization relies on metals and minerals. We're going to have to grow production enormously in the next 20 or 30 years. That means growing the size of our workforce. And so we have to adopt an approach to diversity, equity, and inclusion that will ensure that we get to not just attract, but retain people, because we're going to need them to build our businesses that are going to meet the world's demand for these metals and minerals.
We need as many people and as many diverse perspectives as possible. And we can only have that with more women coming into the sector and more women participating in these conversations.
Welcome on stage your Master of Ceremonies, Tammy Nkadimeng.
Achuchu. achuchucha, uyuyuya, achuchucha, uyuyuya, achuchucha, uyuyuya, achuchucha, 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 achuchucha.
So indeed, my name is Tammy Ngaribeng, but I'm also fondly known and widely known as the message architect. Now you may ask yourself, message architect? You see, what I do is I build with communications, whether it be verbal or non-verbal globally. And it's such a privilege because I feel like everything in life requires for us to communicate, whether it be building relationships, friendships, businesses, or even partnerships. Now you may look at architect and think, why architect? I enjoy breaking words and building them, and so of course I took the liberty of taking the mining word and creating it into an acronym so that I could realize what the objective is for this week. So M is for metals and minerals, the very gift in which Mother Nature has given us. And if we look after it, it will look after us too. Not just as humanity and society, but also financially as an economy. I, for me, is insights. This week, we'll be hearing a lot of insights, and I encourage you to also share your own. This week is about not just learning, but teaching as well from your individual perspective. The N for me is for needs and investments. It's important that we acknowledge that in order to grow a sector, we need to be transparent about the needs that are required. And of course, for those of you who have the capacity and the deep pockets to invest, we encourage you to come with an open mind and an open heart to indeed invest in African mining. The other I is inclusion. Let's show the other sectors how we are forefront when it comes to including all nations, all races, all genders across the board. Let us show them we're at the forefront with diversity. But I also encourage you to think of the inclusion of those communities in the lands where we mine. And they may not even be here today. The other N for me is sustainability. Now you may be thinking, Tammy, N, sustainability. You see, sustainability is life itself. Without sustainability, we cannot continue to build societies or humanity. So for me, N is nation building. We're here to build nations. And the G, of course, we cannot run away from geopolitics and geography itself. Because without geography, how would we even identify what Mother Nature has given us? And so I encourage you to journey with us this week as we collaborate, as we have stimulating discussions, robust conversations, and we network. So Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I officially welcome you to the Investing in African Mining Indaba 2023. Of course, at this time, I'd like to acknowledge the main stage sponsors, and that's African Development Bank, African Legal Support Facility, and of course, Connex, who have given us valuable and continued insights. We are in the city of Cape Town. If you weren't sure, we are in the city of Cape Town. I'm making sure that you're sure. And of course, the city of Cape Town has always enabled us to have a week in the business calendar where we can come here as a vibrant society and meet together. They may question us and say, are we vibrant? I dare you to show them how vibrant we are by sharing photos, insights, contents, videos of what it is we are building on social media platforms. Please use hashtag MI2023 or hashtag Mining Indaba. But I think before I continue with the theme of the week and breaking it down, I think it's only right and befitting to welcome on stage a representative from the Cape Town city to officially welcome us. So it gives me absolute pleasure to welcome on stage the acting mayor of Cape Town, Alderman Eddie Andrews.
Thank you, Tommy. I think your objectives that you've stated so eloquently is something that, as Cape Town, we fully subscribe to. I think it's important to underscore that, but also equally important because we believe that everything that cities do, we are responding to the impact of rapid urbanization. So please allow me to acknowledge investing in African Mining Indaba Advisory Board, members of government from across the African continent, and these would include politicians and officials, our international attendees and speakers, delegates, distinguished and esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all today on behalf of the City of Cape Town and our Executive Mayor, Alderman Jordan Hill-Lewis. You are most welcome. Namkele Kilinonke en baie welkom in Stad Kaapstad. Welcome to the Mother City, a piece of heaven at the tip of Africa. We know you'll experience our very best during your stay here in Cape Town. This meeting of Africa is, in our view, an extremely important institution, one that not only connects government and thousands of professionals within the mining sector, but also creates a platform for the procreation of ideas and investment opportunities that will shape our shared future for the better. We are absolutely delighted that Cape Town is the preferred city to host this Indaba. Events like these further offer us an opportunity to showcase what Cape Town has to offer, which is a place to live, a place to work, a place to play, and most importantly, in this context, a place to invest. Although mining activities are limited in Cape Town, we understand the importance of the sector and the investment opportunities it brings to any region. We remain unapologetic when underscoring the importance of the economic imperative as we actively pursue opportunities to grow our economy. Our desire to become involved in the mining value chain should therefore come as no surprise, because in the City of Cape Town, our purpose is clear and it is simple. We need to improve the living conditions of our poorest residents. We need to roll back poverty. We need to spread opportunities. We need to grow our economy. We need to deliver excellent basic services to inspire optimism, and we need to be example to the rest of South Africa. We have set ourselves a very ambitious agenda during this term of office to inspire hope for South Africa's shared future. We believe that cities are key stakeholders and huge drivers of economic growth. We have a large share of the population, both public and private institutions and infrastructure. Here in Cape Town, we are moving boldly to protect residents from load shedding and making strides to diversify our energy supply. These bold moves are not just limited to the energy sector, but also to public transport, infrastructure, and policing. We understand the importance of creating an environment that is attractive to investors. In Cape Town, we have the necessary political stability, policy certainty, and confidence in our competent administration on offer. Conferences such as this inspire our governments, be it local or international levels, to recognize the talented Africans who can contribute towards a brighter future. In every conversation, we also need to speak about climate change and the impact this has on our environment, health, and policies. The recent COP27 advocated for a climate-resilient Africa, as Africa is vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Cape Town, and indeed Africa, stands to gain from a wealth of knowledge and research which will hopefully help us move forward together as a continent. Cape Town is ever willing and ready to host events of this magnitude, as we are the only city making valuable strides in securing a diversified energy supply. Last year, our executive mayor challenged you to talk to us first before you decide to leave our beautiful and diverse shores. We sincerely hope that this risk has reduced, and if you're hearing this offer for the very first time, it still stands. Cape Town is open for business. So let us use this opportunity to network, share ideas, and collaborate on solutions that will make a real difference in our continent. Together we can achieve great things, and I look forward to hearing about the positive impact that this conference will have on our communities and our African continent. Once again, welcome to Cape Town. I hope you have a wonderful and productive stay here, and I wish you all the best for the conference ahead. Also, you have our absolute permission to extend your stay long after the conference has ended. And again, Invest in Cape Town, our Cape Town Invest Department, are more than happy to facilitate any permanent relocations planned. You are most welcome.
We heard you loud and clear, Alderman. Any permanent relocations, indeed, welcome to Cape Town. Thank you so much for representing the beautiful city so well whilst Mayor Hill Lewis is out of the country. I think it's quite clear that we are officially welcome in Cape Town. Of course, this year's Mining Indaba theme is unlocking African mining investments under the 3 S's. Stability, security, and of course, supply. So please take advantage of all the opportunities that are represented, not just here on the main stage. There's other areas as well to network and to also build collaboration and partnerships. It now gives me absolute great pleasure, and I am honored to welcome on stage the chair of the advisory board for Mining Indaba itself, Mr. Frans Baleli.
Good morning. Thank you, Program Director. I like the energy being displayed. Molweni, Dumelang, Ujambo, Bonjour, ladies and gentlemen, Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Mr. Gwede Mantashe, ministers from South Africa present here, ministers from our partner countries, members of the advisory board, captains of the industry, leaders of political parties, leaders of organized labor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 29th African Mining Indaba Investment Conference. The last time we held Mining Indaba in Feb was in 2020. And much has happened both in our personal as well as professional lives since then. In fact, we gather here having endured a global pandemic and we're still grappling with its lingering effects. We also gather here in the midst of turbulent times, from global food and labor supply challenges, debt and energy crisis, climate change, to geopolitical conflicts and national security concerns, which are fueling trade and technology wars. We have every reason to resign ourselves to fear and hopelessness at the reality of the common difficulties we face, but we dare not, because history has taught us that, I quote, "It is not in the still calm of life or the repose of Pacific station that great characters are formed, the habits of vigorous mind are formed, and contending with difficulties, unquote. That is Abigail Adams. This year we have two head of states who will share their reflections about these times and opportunities they present to us. We'll hear from our South African President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, and His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi of the DRC. We have more than 50 ministers who will be participating in this Mining Indaba 23. Your Excellencies, thank you for joining us at this Mining Indaba. We look forward to your words of wisdom. To the city of Cape Town and the acting Alderman Eddie Andrews, thank you for hosting us. And it feels good to be back to our original place. And now that we know that we can also migrate to Cape Town, it's a bonus. This is our original slot during summer season in Cape Town. Our beautiful weather is not the reason why we're all here. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit of the African Mining Indaba has always been positive and forward-looking. Today is no different. We understand that all of us have a role to play. And so, as the mining industry, shareholders, investors, producers, political leaders, employees, women, youth, and innovators who are gathered here not only to network, not only about romance, but to also foster meaningful partnership and to make impactful investments. We're also gathered here daring not to shack contending with our common difficulties. We gather here fully committed with a unifying courage to finding creative ways of addressing them. And we gather here acutely aware of the weight of history we carry as it relates to rethinking the following three concepts, as the program director has alluded to: unlocking African mining investments, stability, security, and supply. The first one is stability. Corporate security begins in the community. Through public-private partnerships, we as industry need to help foster stability in our continent for the advancement of inclusive economic sustainability and safeguarding our environment. The second one is security. Governments and investors need to be at the forefront of cultivating civic engagement to minimize conflicts associated with greenfields and exploration projects, Minister Mantashe. We need to invest in communities we work in so that communities can in turn help assure our security. The third one is supply chain. The disruption in supply chains has in some cases lowered the demand for and sales products. In other words, it has stopped economic activities, including mining. This disruption demands of us to deepen our understanding of medium to long-term supply chain challenges, including identifying risk points. This will help inform how best strengthen our global supply chain and find innovative solutions to mitigate against ongoing delays and future disruption. Protecting stability, security, and supply chain in our industry is business fundamental. It is a responsibility we all share, and one which requires deliberate cooperation from all of us. Our efforts and progress will be measured by the number of jobs we help create, by a number of small enterprises that we are able to empower by encouraging innovation and by quality opportunities we create for women and youth in mining. This is the reason we're here this week. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, in our efforts to drive inclusive growth by means of growing our foreign trade and attracting direct investment in our continent, as I said, for job creation, we must also ensure that human rights are both elevated and fully integrated in our approaches. As a continent, we have always been history makers and not passive observers. The turbulence of our times should not discourage us. We should embrace these challenges because they present an opportunity for us to shape our modern society. For those who are tired, I'm about to conclude. We should also have an intent to contribute proactively, meaningfully to our societies in which we operate and being an active force for good in everything that we do. We must be willing to adapt to new global conditions and forge ahead with stubborn resilience. We need not only to look at how far we have come as an industry, as an African continent, to be assured that we have overcome far worse. As we tackle these difficulties, let us not lose sight of the opportunities they present. Opportunities they further we can develop communities to our country and the African continent at large. At the end of each African Mining Indaba, as I conclude, as the advisory board, we not only read and reflect on some of the issues raised by various stakeholders and participants, but we also respond to them. Therefore, during and after the Mining Indaba, I encourage you to share your thoughts and ideas on how we can further enhance our experiences. Have fun and enjoy Mining Indaba. Thank you very much. Bayadangi, Diabulela.
Thank you so much, Ntate Franz Maleni. Thank you indeed. We're now going to bring it to the country. We've obviously been welcomed to Cape Town, but I'm going to call somebody who is of importance in the mining sector. So, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to please be upstanding at this time? And I now welcome on stage the Honorable Minister, Gwede Mantashe, who's Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy for the Government of South Africa.
Quite clearly, because the president will be here tomorrow, now I'm given a right for everybody to stand up as if I'm a president. It's okay. Thank you very much. Program Director, organizers of the 2023 Investing in Africa Mining Indaba, the two presidents will be here, not here today, and honorable ministers present here today. Deputy Minister Dr. Nobu Hlengabane and other deputy ministers present here, captains of the industries, members of the investment communities, members of and leaders of organized labor, civil society and communities, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, members of the media. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to South Africa, a mining destination of choice with a history of mining spanning 150 years. This country has been mining for more than 150 years. This is an industry which has over the years been the backbone of South African economy and continues to be a flywheel of our economy. Now, I'm welcoming you here, in addition to the welcome by the acting mayor of Cape Town. Now, I'm welcoming you to South Africa. Now, the year 2022 has been a difficult year for the world and Africa in particular. It is a year in which international and domestic factors negatively affected mining production and mineral sales. International factors including soaring energy prices due to the ongoing geopolitical dynamics, whereas domestic factors including ongoing power supply disruptions, known here as load shedding, and the logistical bottlenecks on our railways and ports. These are the issues that we are inviting ideas to help us overcome. So we're not giving you problems, we're throwing what our vulnerabilities are and invite your ideas to help us overcome these problems. The soaring global energy prices negatively impacted on industry operational costs. For instance, the price of crude oil averaged $100 per barrel in 2022. And as a result, mining companies had to pay exorbitant prices for fuel and electricity. Now, when that happens, we blame one another. Who is responsible for this? The reality of the matter is that geopolitics impact on all of us. Whether the conflict is in Ukraine, the impact is here. South Africa experienced more power supply disruption in 2022. This led to the decline in mining production across commodities. It is estimated that load shedding costed the economy about 1 billion a day, 1 billion rand a day. In November 2022, mining production contracted by about 9%, making it a serious negative impact in the production of mining. But as I said, that decline is manifesting itself in many ways. You find mines producing and keep stockpiles because those stockpiles can't be moved to the port. And those are the issues that we must confront and we must challenge. And investors, as they come here, must appreciate that we have these challenges and want to overcome them. However, if you look into a company that took an initiative early enough called Goldfields, a mining company operating in South Africa, increases production by 10%, opposite direction. It is our considered view that Goldfields' performance was in part because of the reforms in embedded generation. Goldfields was the first mining company to come to us and say, we want a license to develop our own solar generators, and we allowed them. And that is now paying off. They grew when the industry overall was declining. So if we take initiative, if investors put investment in the right areas, we can actually defy negativity. Now, the advantage of amending Schedule 2 of electricity, wherein licensing requirements for generating projects for own use was increased first to 100 and ultimately removed the cap. Today, embedded generation in South Africa is totally deregulated. That should be attractive to investors because you come here, you want to have your own generation, you don't need a license. You just need to register that I'm having this project so that at least we know where the project is. This cushioned them from impact of load shedding as they were able to generate their own energy up to 50 megawatts and thus increased and maintained the production. So I'm citing Goldfields as an example of innovation and foresight that led to different outcomes compared to the rest. The mining industry relies heavily on efficient railways and ports for their export logistics. Therefore, logistical bottlenecks on railways and ports continue to contribute to the decline of export volume and bulk commodities such as coal, iron ore, manganese, and chrome. As a result, the country is not fully benefiting from the commodity boom of these minerals. Now, it is therefore urgent for the country to normalize freight operations. Hence, Transnet is seized with the effort to actually accelerate improvement of the rail network to support the return to service of locomotives to enable the export of bulk commodities. We further welcome the establishment of a joint structure by Transnet and the Mineral Council South Africa, because mining has taken a decision that we can't be spectators when we're impacted negatively by the problems in the logistics. They are partnering with Transnet, and I hope that we'll see a result out of that. Let's look at the resolving of the energy challenges. At the center of our current energy challenges is a decline in energy availability factor from estimated 75% to about 49%. And therefore, the most feasible and logical option to exercise to resolve load shedding is by arresting the decline in the energy availability factor. People have thrown ideas at us, release more renewables and so forth, and I always explain to them that it's a good idea for sustainability in the long term, but if you approve a project for renewable energy today, it will not stop a load shedding over the weekend. You have a lead time to build the facility, and therefore it takes its own time to contribute to reduction of load shedding. But what is important at this point in time is to pay our attention to the decline in the electricity availability factor and failure to attend to and address the declining energy plant performance and subsequent higher stages of load shedding is an irritation to society and has the potential of pitting society against government. So these are the two possibilities. One, it impacts on production, and it also impacts on the mood in the country. That's why, as a Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, we've put 4 points that we think need attention if we are going to overcome load shedding within the next 12 months. The first one is improving electricity availability factor through a focused funded planned maintenance and existing power stations, procurement of emergency and short-term power from existing facilities and other private power plants, and purchase additional electricity from neighboring countries which can be unblocked in the short-medium term. If neighboring countries offer surplus energy, we must access it. And lastly is to improve the skills capacity at ESCOM. This proposal has been put forward for resolving load shedding in the next 12 months, and this will give us space to work on long-term energy security for the country. So that is our proposal, and we're hoping that when you come and invest us, you're going to assist us implement these measures and improve the availability of energy. Let me go to exploration. Mining starts with exploration, because exploration is about finding the quality and quantity of minerals in whatever area. South Africa has renewed its frontier status as exploration destination. Our country's exploration landscape is increasingly becoming more fertile for discovery of world-class deposits of minerals of the future, such as lithium. We've discovered lithium. Rare earth minerals, we've discovered rare earth minerals, copper, nickel as well, expansion of mineral systems of the manganese fields of high-grade quality. So those are opportunities for investment. You come to South Africa, you will find those minerals. So we're inviting investors to come and invest, and these minerals provide a solid base for industries of the future, as well as the balanced energy security sought by the country, the region, and the world. This is a direct result of our deliberate investment in geomapping through the Council for Geoscience. whose coverage of onshore mapping has systematically expanded to 11.6% from below 5% when the program started a handful of years ago. This information is available in the Geoscience portal launched in 2022, Mining Indaba. So please access that so that we'll know exactly what mineral is located at. And I can add that we've given Geoscience a right to drill as well. And when we're discussing this, people ask us, why do you allow Geoscience Council to drill? We said drill so that when an investor comes, you can say to the investor, we have this mineral, this is the quality, this is the quantity, is in area X. And take the investor to area with definite knowledge of what is available, what can you access, and that's it. In our pursuit for to unleash junior mining and emergence of new mines in South Africa, we've partnered with Industrial Development Corporation to create a 500 million rand exploration fund. That is targeting emerging companies, because if we grow the emerging sector and the junior mining, we know that it will add a lot of value to mining, and therefore junior miners across the world, you are invited to come and invest in South Africa. The fund will be supported by geological information to de-risk the exploration activity and increase the chances of success. The initial phase of the implementation of this fund is deliberately kept small to prove the value of geological information, to accelerate the advancement along the exploration value chain trajectory, and to pre-feasibility stage. As part of our regional and international economic policy predisposition, we recognize partnerships in geoscience as one of our key efficient instruments to this effect. In this regard, we have not only assigned CGS as a permanent secretariat of the Organization of African Geological Surveys, but have enabled the cooperation of this institution with our counterparts in the continent and in the Middle East and the world. To date, CGS has active and emerging partnerships in South Sudan, in Senegal, in the Ivory Coast, in Niger, in Central African Republic, in Nigeria, and Saudi Arabia. So we are not doing it for fun. We're doing it because we know that integrated economic activities in the continent and in South-South are very important. The value of geoscience as a pathfinder for development broadly and exploration cannot be overstated. I implore the investment community to invest in initiative led by CGS and OGS to secure development programs that can also secure their long-term health and safety. We are believing in South Africa that a safe mining industry is a productive industry. Because if the industry is dangerous, it can't be productive. So we pay a lot of attention to the South African mining industry. In 2022 recorded the lowest number of fatalities recorded in the history of mining. We recorded 49 fatalities for the year as an industry, and our aim is to achieve zero harm in the industry. That is our objective, and if the mining is safe, the mining is going to be productive, and the investment is going to be protected. And that is a significant improvement from last year, because the last record was 51, which was recorded in 2019. We slipped back in 2020 and 2021. We have improved in 2022 to record the lowest number of fatalities in the sector. Now, this is a milestone, not a target. That must be acknowledged and communicated by the industry as part of achievement to change the reputation and image of the industry in the public eye. We are emphasizing that the mining industry, one of the things that it must do better is to communicate its achievements to the public, so that society must know that it's not a sleeping industry, it's an industry that is actually on the move. If we don't communicate what we do as a sector, everybody will have a negative picture of mining. But if we communicate our achievements, people will know the mining. It is also important to note that there's been no mine disaster recorded in the past 3 years. A mine disaster, in our definition in South Africa, I don't know in other countries, is any accident that actually have fatalities of 5 and above. If one accident cost us 5 lives, that is a disaster. So we have not recorded a disaster in the last 3 years, and this is a result of concerted effort of partnership. Everybody fights, unions and employers fight, government is seen as too strict a regulator. But in the area of mine health and safety, we don't have any enemy where all partners work together to improve the safety of the industry. Now, I trust that this investing in Africa Mining Indaba will continue to inspire investors to continue investing in African mining and South African mining in particular. As you go to the continent, don't forget South Africa. Now, cooperation among African countries is important in building the sunrise industry and the Africa we want. If the mining industry is doing well, we'll build the Africa we want. But one of the things that we must invest in is to change the pit to port approach for the mining industry. Don't just dig a pit, take the bulk mineral to the port and you export to somebody else. Value must be added in Africa. Let me conclude by congratulating organizers of Mining Indaba for successful organizing this important 2023 Investing in Africa Mining Indaba, an important event in the history of mining in Africa. We look forward to fruitful discussion which must ultimately lead to tangible investment in both historic and minerals of the future. I'm making this point because I'm sitting there next to my colleague from Saudi. They have started a future mining forum, which aim is to link Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia. So what we do here can connect in what they are doing, and we have a responsibility to talk to one another to actually have a bigger impact in society. Thank you very much.
Can I go? I'll just wait for it. Many thanks, Honourable Minister, for opening this year's Mining Indaba on behalf of South Africa and your vital perspectives on the industry as well. We obviously do appreciate and we're very thankful for the DMRE's continued support for the Mining Indaba as Africa's premier mining gathering for the global governance and commerce. So thank you very much, Honourable Minister, once again. Now, global partnerships are the cornerstone of Africa's leading role in just energy transition and the decarbonization of the planet itself in the 21st century. So it gives me absolute great pleasure to request you to be upstanding just one more time for today, please, everybody in the audience. I promise it's the last time for today that we're upstanding as we please welcome on stage Honorable Jose Fernandez, Under-Secretary of State for the Economic Growth, Energy and Environment at the United States Department of State. A round of applause, please.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm delighted to return to Mining Indaba here in Cape Town. And it's great to see the faces of so many people that I've engaged with in the last few months. And I'm so delighted to be here, back here again. Thank you for inviting me again. I also would like to offer our greetings to the many heads of state, ministers, corporate leaders, and other distinguished colleagues in attendance here. At last year's Indaba, I was privileged to speak to many of you about the growing demand for critical minerals, for the need for diversified, secure, and transparent supply chains, and the need to set in motion a race to the top on environmental, social, and governance standards, what we call ESG. Since then, my team has been working on these topics, and our assessment of the need for critical minerals has been confirmed. The International Energy Agency, the IEA, recently predicted that demand for most minerals essential to the clean energy transition will increase by a factor of 4 to 6. And for some of the minerals, this increase will in fact be exponential. For example, by 2040, graphite demand will increase by 25 times. And for lithium, that number will be 42 times. The IEA has also noted that the pace for adoption of renewable energy is accelerating dramatically in the world. That acceleration means that we must also look for ways to support recycling of electronic scrap and waste, and we have to do so sustainably. If we succeed, recycling will reduce demand, and by 2040, the estimates tell us that 10% of electric vehicle battery minerals could come from recycled copper, lithium, nickel, and cobalt. And with electric vehicles expected to command half of the global market by 2030, that's a significant amount. But today we have a problem. Simply put, not only don't we have enough critical minerals to power the world's clean energy demands, but our current supply chains for these minerals, from extraction to production to recycling, are simply not diverse enough for the energy future that's coming. And if we've learned anything in the last couple of years with the COVID pandemic, is what happens when the supply chain breaks down or when we depend on a single supplier. We lived it during the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is a vulnerability that we need to solve together. To address these concerns, last June we launched the Mineral Security Partnership, the MSP, with a total of 12 partners: Australia, Canada, Finland, France, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Norway, Sweden, the United Kingdom, the United States, and the European Union. And today, we're pleased to announce that we have a 13th member because Italy has joined our partnership. The MSP will tackle the critical minerals challenge with 4 lines of effort. First, sharing information about potential projects. Secondly, promoting investment and financing. Third, expanding recycling opportunities in critical minerals. And lastly, adopting high ESG standards. And in pursuing all of these goals, we will enlist both our public and our private sectors. Building on this foundation, the MSP aims to benefit all parties involved and add higher value activities such as downstream processing and recycling, in addition to extraction. In pursuing all of these goals, adhering to high ESG principles will be our calling card. And in the next few minutes, what I'd like to do is focus on our environmental, social, and governance goals. Now, a number of you in the audience, some cynics, will ask, what do we mean by high ESG principles, and why should we care? So let me take the second question first, because I think that the answer as to why we should care is pretty straightforward. This is not altruism. This is not altruism. We care because sustainable projects require sustainable growth, because investors demand it, and because consumers will insist on it. You see, experience tells us that economic development that only benefits a few is not sustainable. In fact, during Pope Francis's visit to the Democratic Republic of the Congo last week, he denounced economic colonialism, in his words, that results in the DRC and others not benefiting from their immense resources. Well, I know that since I'm Catholic, you would not expect me to disagree with His Holiness. But believe me, the Pope has a point. Through our work on responsible mining, the MSP partners will move away from sustainable development towards a framework that prioritizes transparency, community welfare, and environmental protection. We want to involve the communities affected by potential projects in the decision-making process. And if you were to say that we're doing this to protect our bottom line, you'd be partly right. We've seen too many instances around the world, some going on right now in South America, where community opposition has led to the closure of otherwise profitable mines. But it's not only about profits. In our meetings with potential private sector partners, it's become clear that our companies will not engage in the race to the bottom. They won't make investments in projects that destroy precious rainforest, that are not committed to the remediation of mines, that require payoffs to government officials. They just won't do it. Their shareholders won't allow it, their customers will reject them, and our laws will punish such conduct. And they also know that they cannot win a race to the bottom. That's why many companies have joined the United States Public-Private Alliance on Responsible Minerals Trading. We see some companies such as Tesla, going into the mining business for nickel. To ensure the stability and transparency of their supply chains, General Motors has made public commitments to sustainable sourcing. Ford and other car makers have also made similar promises. So that's why we care. Now let's turn to the first question. Let's turn to what we mean by ESG. As the MSP considers potential projects, the partners will evaluate how they plan to avoid worsening environmental degradation and social inequality, and how they can involve local communities. Not only is this the right thing to do, but we also believe that this will result in stronger investment returns. And this is why we must lead a race to the top. MSP partners have agreed on a set of ESG principles to guide and help govern project implementation. We could have tried to come up with a new set of principles, but frankly, we don't have the time. Our urgency is there is no time to waste. And so what we've done is look at several existing thoughtful ESG standards that are already in place, and we've tried to bring them together to come to what we mean by high ESG principles. We've looked at the IGF, the World Bank Group, EITI, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, among many other standards. MSP partners have agreed that MSP projects will insist on a number of things. Number one, environmental stewardship, ethical land acquisition, community involvement, just labor conditions, country and community benefits, and transparent business operations. As long as projects meet these fundamental objectives and these fundamental criteria, projects will be considered. The projects will also need to follow good governance practices and the rule of law, including capacity building for the workforce, and they also will have to demonstrate a plan for sustainability. Those are the principles that we will insist that MSP partner companies abide by. And to make sure that our aims are clear, to make sure that there is no doubt, and that we are held to these commitments, we will make our standards public in all their detail. Let's now turn to another concern that over the last few months we've heard in Africa and elsewhere. During their meetings with MSP partners, producing countries have emphasized their desire for investment not only in extraction, but in all stages of the critical minerals and battery materials value chains, refining, battery production, and recycling, in addition to simply extraction. And frankly, that makes all the sense in the world, and we agree. And that's why half of the projects that the MSP is considering today involve varying levels of processing beyond extraction. Okay, ESG principles are a fundamental piece of the partnership's value proposition. But that's not all that we've been focusing on in the last few months. We're also planning for the investment, financing, and recycling part of our mission, and we've got a lot to build on. For example, we signed recently a memorandum of understanding with the DRC and Zambia to help them establish a new supply chain for EV batteries. In addition, our Export-Import Bank recently announced that it will expedite the review of critical minerals under its Transformational Exports Program, which is funded for the next 3 years with up to $27 billion that we could invest. We've also focused on enlisting our private sector. During the UN General Assembly, Secretary Blinken highlighted the actions of a mine in Africa with US and Australian nexuses, which employ hundreds of local workers, contribute millions of dollars in community development, and undermine the aims of those who would sow conflict based on critical minerals. This example illustrates the spirit of the MSP and highlights our broader efforts. The US, for one, has been working to build capacity in the mining sector in 20 countries over the last 15 years. We've been training small-scale miners and other stakeholders in processing technologies that better protect them, their communities, and the environment from toxic pollution. In Africa, we're working with small-scale miners in the DRC, Ghana, and Mali to formalize the sector, introduce ESG standards, and remove toxic chemicals from the extractive process. We're also working to improve collaboration between large and small-scale miners. Our work will bring together returns on investment, particularly for small-scale miners, because mineral recovery increases with newer and more environmentally friendly methods. Finally, we're also teaming up with our scientific community with industry groups. One of our national labs, Lightbridge, which supports the goals of bridging the gap in the lithium battery supply chain, recently formed a partnership with the European Battery Alliance and brings together stakeholders from the public and the private sectors to accelerate the development of robust and sustainable supply chains of critical minerals. In the MSP, we look forward to all of these efforts to inform future projects. And to be clear, our commitment is not limited to extraction. We want to support mineral-producing countries to build enabling environments for investment throughout the supply chain, all of this while raising ESG standards. So after 6 months after we announced the Mineral Security Partnership, where does the MSP stand, and what have we achieved in the last 6 months? Let me give you, without breaching any confidences, some examples of what MSP partners have been up to without going into a lot of detail for obvious reasons. Well, MSP partners have collectively in the last quarter of 2022 looked at over 200 projects. Based on the criteria that I outlined earlier, we winnowed down those 200+ projects to about a dozen projects for further review and partner engagement. We're working with other allies and with contributors on the enabling conditions such as governance and transparency that will make these projects more competitive. These proposals hit all stages of the supply chain, including smelting and recycling, and offer a different value proposition, one based on working in partnership with governments, with local citizens, and with other stakeholders. Along these lines, MSP partners and interested countries have begun to apply the MSP principles to their activities in the critical mineral sector. Let me give you a few examples. 2 East Asian countries are creating a critical minerals and metals cooperation center where one country will share technical expertise with the other. In the Pacific region, minerals production is booming, and a couple of our partners are working together to develop battery materials and will work to attract transparent investment and trade in the Pacific. We're also looking at midstream processing in 2 key countries, one in Africa, the other in Latin America, that could in fact revolutionize their workforce development. MSP partners are also assembling a public-private consortium to develop a state-of-the-art processing facility in Latin America to form a complete value chain in that region. And if we succeed, it will show how sustainability and the circular economy can be part of the project design from day one. Another of the MSP partners has launched a strategy to incentivize the growth of battery recycling and create a closed-loop supply chain for battery manufacturing. And recently, a transport company in that same country announced that it's building a lithium-ion battery recycling plant for end-of-life EV batteries. And finally, a couple of our Nordic partner countries that have expertise in recycling have offered that expertise to many other interested partners and countries. In short, since our announcement over the summer in June, we've been hard at work. And for that, I'd like to thank all of our partners who've made the MSP such a key piece of our common international agenda. Now, as a U.S. government official, I'd like to close by quoting President Biden at the African Leaders Summit last December when he said, quote, "We're all in on Africa," end quote. We're all in on mutually beneficial engagements. We're all in not only on critical minerals, but on supply chains, on public health, on food security, and on sustainable development. We're all in. And so I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this year, in 2023, we are marking the 20th anniversary of the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR. Started by President George W. Bush in 2003, PEPFAR has been the largest commitment by any nation to address a single disease in the history of the world. Since its inception in 2003, the U.S. government has invested over $100 billion in the global HIV/AIDS response in more than 50 countries, most of those countries right here in sub-Saharan Africa. We've helped save over 20 million lives and prevent millions of HIV infections. PEPFAR continues to this day, and there's no achievement, there's no initiative of which we are more proud. What PEPFAR and the Mineral Security Partnership have in common is this: countries banding together to confront a global challenge can succeed. We all have a part to play in the energy transition, and we all can benefit from the energy transition. So it's been less than a year since the U.S. launched the MSP, and I'm proud to acknowledge how far we've come. But frankly, we're just getting started. Our goal for this year, our goal for 2023, is to build partnerships, to finalize deals, get deals through the door, and engage with more countries and more with all of you. With MSP, we're placing a bet. We're placing a bet on our conviction that producing countries want partnerships that bring benefits, that our companies will not engage in the race to the bottom, and that consumers will insist on high ESG standards. The MSP partners want to help companies realize that adherence to high standards will be good for business. So next year, when we return to Cape Town, with your support, for the sake of our planet and for the sake of our communities, let's make sure that we have something to celebrate. Thank you.
Many thanks so much to the Honourable Undersecretary Fernandez for sharing the wise words with us. I mean, I think some of us did notice that we had the US-Africa Leaders Summit that was convened by President Biden at the White House not so long ago, and the resetting of the relationship with them and our continent is most welcome, I'm sure, and we hope that this Mining Indaba will be continued progress between that partner and relationship. Now, I do know that I said it was the last time we were upstanding when I said it the second time, but I please ask you, it is, I promise you, the last time. This time, could you please just be upstanding one more time as we announce the following guest to stage. I'm hearing some people saying exercise. My apologies. Wellness is great. So please welcome on stage Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Khalid bin Saleh Al Mudaifa, who's the Vice Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources for Mining Affairs from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum. I'd like to express my thanks to the organizers of Mining Indaba for inviting me to share my thoughts on the future of minerals and metals globally and here in Africa. And I am always happy to share details about the mineral and metal transformation that's taken place and driving investment in my country. I also offer my thanks to Mining Indaba for welcoming me and my colleagues from Saudi Arabia so warmly once again. It's always a pleasure to be in Cape Town again. I am particularly excited to be here just a few weeks after we hosted a ministerial roundtable and the Future Minerals Forum. More than 60 country delegations participated in the roundtable and 22,000 delegates attended the forum in person and virtually. Among them, Africa was well represented. I believe the partnership between Indaba and the Future Minerals Forum will help sustain the momentum of driving investment within and across the region that extends from here to Central Asia. To start, I will offer some thoughts about trends that will shape the minerals and metals sector in 2023 and beyond. First, ASG will be more mature in 2023. We will see more meaningful actions and more transparent reporting. This is relevant because investors will choose to work with jurisdictions that are doing the right things for the people and the environment. This means that in our sector, decarbonization efforts will increase rapidly. Our focus must be on helping to achieve net zero ourselves, while also enabling a just and equitable transition for the entire economy. Second, global crises will continue to drive local risks. This in turn is driving and shaping new approaches to partnerships, operations, and industrial integration. At the heart of these challenges is supply chain resilience. Continuing to manage through the lingering pandemic, geopolitical and trade stresses, and the overall fragility of certain pinch points, friendshoring will take center stage. We will see focus on collaboration between countries that know and trust one another. And last but not least, the cost of doing business is driving change. The world is seeing rising costs, often rapidly so. New business models, new technologies, and new approaches to attracting and retaining top talent will ensure that we sustain efficient, cost-effective, resilient operations. While these high-level trends are global, they are very relevant here in Africa and across our entire mining super region. We in Saudi Arabia, along with much of the rest of the world, are bullish about minerals and metals on the continent in 2023. Africa mining sector has been invigorated by the interest in energy transition commodities such as copper, platinum, lithium, nickel, and cobalt, to name just a few. The experience and expertise demonstrated by African miners tracks ticks a critical box for investors, and a global supply chain challenges force many countries to get creative in their approaches. This set the continent for a future success. Yes, we face challenges, but as we saw during the recent Future Minerals Forum, now is the time to move our region into the global mineral and metal spotlights. We have many things in our favor, from our massive shared mineral endowment to our collective will to succeed. Let's capture the opportunity to develop a critical sector that will improve the environment and the lives of everyone on Earth. Without more minerals sustainably sourced, there will not be an energy transition. It's as simple as that. It's clear that if we don't work together, we will not be able to find, extract, and process the minerals and manufacture the finished goods needed to achieve the net zero. To that, I would like to take a few moments to touch on some examples of how we in Saudi Arabia are putting our money where our mouths are. We are investing billions to make our geological data as detailed and accessible as possible, to make our legal and regulatory ecosystem one of the most competitive in the world, to support the economic development around integrated value chains that start with exploration and continue to finished goods. As part of our legal and regulatory transformation, we are offering unprecedented incentive to attract investors. This includes This includes equal and extremely competitive corporate and mineral tax rates for domestic and international investors, a simple, equitable, transparent way to set up to 100% foreign-owned companies, and the opportunity to access developmental funding of up to 75% of capital costs, benefit from 5 years royalty grace periods for new mines, and be allowed up to 90% discount in mineral royalties for local sales or development of downstream industries. We are doing all this because in Saudi Arabia, mining and minerals are treated as a development sectors, not a fiscal ones. We already have invested billions in making our infrastructure one of the most reliable in the world, and we continue to invest to ensure that the kingdom remains a critical logistical hub. Our regulatory transformation and incentives work hand in glove with our recently released National Industrial Strategy. We are committing more than 18 billion to developing industries like automobile, aerospace, and renewables, all of which rely on minerals to be successful. This is combined with a 1.3 trillion worth of mega projects under development in the kingdoms, means that our already substantial domestic demand for minerals and metal will increase even more. During the Future Minerals Forum, just 3 weeks ago, a new joint venture was announced between the Saudi Public Investment Fund and Ma'aden, initially funded with 3.2 billion. This new company will invest in mining assets internationally with focus on metals and minerals that are strategic to Saudi Arabia, including iron ore, copper, nickel, platinum, and lithium. All of these actions and investment help ensure that we are in a position to drive regional economic development and play a central role in helping the world achieve a net zero. In closing, I wish to reiterate our excitement in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia about partnering with current and prospective mining jurisdiction here in Africa. We learned a tremendous amount during our own mineral and metal transformation, and we need to continue learning from our peers with decades of experience. We believe that sharing knowledge and creating opportunities to collaborate will make the world, Saudi Arabia, the continent of Africa, richer. We believe working together will create more equitable economic development. We believe together we will be better equipped to take a proper place on the global economic stage. So let's work together to explore our vastly underexplored geology, to attract and enable the investment needed to expand our mining jurisdictions, to drive economic development, to shine a spotlight on the incredible mineral and metal potential of Africa and Saudi Arabia, to make a net zero a real possibility. I look forward to partnering with you all, driving investment into Saudi Arabia and across the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for just sharing perspectives on the kingdom and how they partner with Africa. We certainly hope that it will bring about fruitful progress throughout this week. We want to take the time to acknowledge again our main stage sponsors, so please a round of applause for African Development Bank, for African Legal Support Facility, and of course Connex for their continued support to Mining Indaba. It is now 10:15 on the dot, and we are going to take a 10-minute break. So please, can we make sure that we're all back and seated again at 10:25? Do enjoy the break. A very warm welcome back, everybody. If you could please take our seats. We are starting in the next few seconds, so please all take your seats. We do still have another 3 days to network and engage with each other. Please, can we take our seats so we can stay on time with the program, please? For all those just in front of the stage, please may I ask you to all take your seats, all the gentlemen that are standing in front of the stage. So, please could I ask us to take our seats? Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone, and we began by hearing from some of the world's leading mining executives, and we're going to hear from them as well, focusing on project successes, emerging challenges, and the vital role of mining in our collective futures. We are proceeding with the program, so I'm going to request that everybody who is standing at this point in time, please, very humbly and kindly, please take your seats. We are about to welcome our next speaker, and it would be great if everybody is seated so that we can give them the honor that is due to them. Thank you so much. It gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome to the main stage for our first opening keynote of this Mining Indaba, Chief Executive of Anglo American Group himself, Duncan Wanblad.
Thank you, Tammy. And I loved your acronym, by the way, of the word mining that you mentioned earlier. I think you were spot on so many of the issues that mining means to society at large.
Thank you.
The Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy in South Africa, Minister Gwedi Mantashe, the Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy and Environment of the United States, Jose Fernandez, Honourable Ministers from 30 countries represented here today and their administrations, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. It is really great to be here and back at the Indaba again. And as we heard the chair of the advisory board say, the last time we did this was back, last time in February was back in 2020. That was a very long time ago. But even since last year, after the reopening, after COVID, it is so great to see so many people from the industry, but not only just from the industry, those who work with the industry and those that service the industry here, trying to crack some of the hardest nuts that we have to work on. It is also great to see that actually there are some signs of improvement in the macroeconomic and geopolitical context. Now, of course, we did hear some of the previous speakers say that actually, still quite volatile and a bit hairy out there. But as a miner, I feel I have to be optimistic. So I'm saying, I think it's better this year than it might have been this time last year. And inflation hopefully having passed the peak now, and China reopening and some stimulation coming from that quarter, and a few of the trade tensions that existed a year ago hopefully in the process of being resolved. And we do see an ever greater acknowledgement, as we've heard this morning, that there is not only a need to decarbonize the global economy, and that it is so urgent, but that so many of the products of mining and minerals are going to be fundamental to that shift and that change in the global economy. Now, as an industry, we've been flagging this for quite some time now, But I would say that the gears have really shifted, and it's much more of a mainstream political and commercial reality for so many countries around the world and so many industries. And in fact, many are now scrambling, as we've heard this morning, to secure these metals and minerals that everybody is now waking up to absolutely needing. So as the Undersecretary of State said earlier this morning, critical minerals, the phrase critical minerals, has now completely entered into the broader global lexicon. And we're very fortunate to be able to play a very meaningful role in the supply of those. Now, as a chief executive of a global diversified mining company, delivering the first industry speech at an industry conference such as this, it would be all too easy for me to kind of stand up on my podium here and wax lyrical about the story that's been told so many times before about how very important this industry is to modern life and the changes that we all need to make to modern life in order to help the planet. But I think that that story is actually being very well told now, and by many much more eloquent than I. And there is an equally pressing point that comes with that, of course, which is that we do have the responsibility to ensure that we do produce these products in such a way that they are as sustainable as possible, environmentally, socially, and of course ethically. What is indeed rapidly changing today is the requirement for provenance. These are the issues that underpin, as we heard again earlier this morning, so like somebody had my speech, the fact that the consumers are going to demand that the materials that they use are sourced ethically and appropriately in a sustainable fashion. And whether that's the iPhone that you buy, or whether that's a vehicle that you buy at a point of sale, or whether that's platinum or diamond jewelry, all of these are going to require some form of provenance, where people understand that what it is that they're using is properly done and properly sourced. Right, so what's next then, if that's not what the speech is all about? Well, in my 3 decades in this industry, I have learned that trying to predict exactly what the future is going to be is pretty much a mug's game. But I've also learned that we as an industry do have a role in shaping the outcomes of the industry and the world within which we live. How is that done? Well, here's where I'd like to focus my remarks this time. Of course, mining is an important cog in the global economy, but in reality, we are not amongst the titans of industry operating in the world's largest economies. So we're not a financial services, we're not a tech, a fast-moving consumer goods industry, we're not even an energy industry yet. But where we do move the needle, where we absolutely do move the needle, is in those countries that are home to our mineral resources. And responsible mining companies in those jurisdictions, and nowhere more so than here on the African continent, are absolutely instrumental in the economic and social fabric of the societies of these countries. We saw it so very starkly here in South Africa at the outset of the pandemic early in 2020, when our industry made the compelling case for continuing our operations, not just in order to preserve the cash flow and income for our workforce, but more importantly, for the flow of the supply chains and the provision of so many desperately needed basic services in and around mine communities, from schools to hospitals, and from water to electricity supply. And just the following year, our industry facilitated a vaccine rollout on an unprecedented scale, supporting the government's own work and ultimately accelerating South Africa's immunity and emergence from lockdowns, all the while supporting the country's fiscus at the time that it really needed it the most. It was an enormous effort, an absolutely enormous effort that stemmed from a time of crisis. And it is a very proud example, I think, of government, of civil society, and of business all working together in very quick time to solve some of the most pressing human challenges. Now, looking just a little bit further back, the contribution of mining to the development of many southern African economies is also a well-told story. Botswana is probably the most incredible example, but Namibia and South Africa and many others are too. And I'm reminding us of all this history because it is at the center of a window of opportunity today in which Africa's mining countries could actually accelerate their economic growth prospects even further. Recognizing that this world is now so short of the metals and minerals required for the energy transition, many of which actually sit under the African soil, and knowing what we can actually achieve when mining and governments do work together in partnership and with mutual trust, surely then we have a duty to unlock and unblock the barriers to developing these mineral resources and maximizing the economic and social value that they can bring to society at large. Looking at Africa as a whole, this continent will account for over half of the world's population growth by 2050, when some of the population powerhouses elsewhere in the world are shrinking or slowing down materially. And together with Africa's abundant mineral resources, I feel there's a golden opportunity here to achieve two goals at the same time. Firstly, bring about those much needed metals and minerals and bring them to the market to meet the demand that we all can see from this global energy transition and a growing and an urbanizing population. And secondly, to do so in a way that fulfills the economic promise of natural resources, which has all too often been squandered. It all sounds pretty simple, I guess. And we have all seen a version of this movie play out before. As the global mining industry and host governance navigate short-term political and economic pressures, we have to reflect quite urgently now, and honestly, on the current challenges that we have and how best to support African mining jurisdictions to benefit from the enduring value of these natural resources. This is a window of opportunity, and I keep referring to this window because it will too close, and we may miss it again, and that would be shame on us. So how can mining be more of a platform for a broader investment and growth platform? There is no better place to start than to reflect on the single biggest challenge of our time as human beings, and that is how to address climate change and the opportunity that that presents to leap forward through investment. Perhaps now more than ever, the need to meet the Paris Agreement's goal of limiting temperature rises across the globe to 1.5 degrees C is properly urgent. Without a step change in the global supply of many metals, this goal, to me, looks nigh on impossible. For Africa's many mining countries, the opportunity to simultaneously take their supply of metals and minerals to an entirely new level and use that economic momentum as a catalyst to attract investment in clean energy, which will undoubtedly drive accelerated economic growth, is just surely too good to miss out. This is a huge opportunity to accelerate African countries' economic growth through the untapped mineral resources coupled with the development of reliable and renewable energy. And it is so heartening to hear the messages from so many African leaders that Africa is open for business. The reality today is that power is still not available to more than 500 million Africans. Where there is electricity on the continent, it is also unreliable and it is costly, with households in many African countries paying higher rates and tariffs for electricity than those in OECD countries. Yet energy is a prerequisite for modern economies and for human development. If Africa is to provide the universal electricity access by 2030, it would almost have to double its current generation capacity and the transmission and distribution capacity that comes along with that doubling. Africa is the home to almost a quarter of humanity, and it has an abundance of natural wind and solar resources, and yet it receives just less than 5% of global energy investment. In those countries, across those countries across so much of southern Africa that have these mineral resources, whether that's copper or cobalt or nickel or PGMs or diamonds, mining has a role to play in helping to convert this potential to an economic reality. And that is to find solutions that simultaneously benefit the host mining countries as much as it does as a global society at large. As is so often the case all over the world, it can take an existential crisis to unlock government action and policy and regulations to enable the worlds of industry and commerce to do exactly what needs to be done. The vaccination example that I mentioned just a little bit earlier is a nice case in point. Another example of urgent action taken on the precipice of a crisis is the liberalization here in South Africa of the energy markets to allow for the private sector to invest and build out a renewable energy infrastructure at scale. After years and years of making the case and experiencing the rapid decline of Eskom's ability to meet the country's demands, South Africa looked pretty much like it was heading over the cliff. But that change was made, it can be done, and it has been done. So why then do we so often find ourselves in a position of having to get to a state of crisis before we take the decisions and create the partnerships that need to be done to avert those sorts of actions? There are many examples of the momentum that quickly followed these sorts of policy changes related to self-generation. So in Anglo American's case, I'm sure you've heard about this before, but we formed our groundbreaking partnership with EDF Renewables. That was announced just under a year ago, and the idea here is to work towards the creation and the development of 3 to 5 gigawatts of regional renewable energy in an ecosystem in and around southern Africa. And once completed, this ecosystem will meet and potentially exceed the electricity that we expect to need for our own operations, and will of course significantly reduce our own Scope 2 emissions by using solar, wind and some form of storage. In collaboration with Eskom, such investment is designed to increase grid capacity and grid stability in the countries where we operate in across southern Africa, and all the while furthering the decarbonization ambitions of our host governments in those countries, with the initial momentum offering the ability to attract further global funding and investment in and around the ecosystem. We see this energy ecosystem and others like it having a far greater socio-economic impact. The jobs, the opportunities and commerce that will all start to flow from having affordable access to clean power are only just one side of the equation. By unlocking policy and putting the supportive regulatory frameworks in place in conjunction with foundation industries like mining, you can create a catalyst for new and far broader forms of investment. The pools of global funding available to support such investments are almost immeasurable these days. There's a lot of money in the world that is looking for an appropriate home to develop out clean energy infrastructure. And the time for countries to show that they are ready and willing to take on that investment must be now. Beyond that catalyst for investment, mining has shown its convening power in all sorts of innovative ways which help drive sustainable economic development. We have a program at Anglo American called Collaborative Regional Development, and I started to speak about that at this event last year. Again, a partnership model, and this time working with companies in our own and other industries and local authorities to help build far broader economic activity beyond mining in the regions where we operate. This program is designed to improve lives by catalyzing local economies in and around mining communities and endure and prosper well beyond the life of any one mine. The success of CRD depends on quality partnerships that co-create enduring value, and in South Africa, the partnership that we have formed is called the Impact Catalyst. Now, together with the Industrial Development Corporation, we work to develop and invest in all sorts of projects associated with agro-processing, biofuels, and community-oriented primary care, amongst others. And we do this alongside local government, alongside NGOs and other businesses, including Exxaro, who have been a leading partner on this pathway with us for many years now. So all of that said, says that I do believe in partnerships. And these sorts of partnerships that I described can really readily help us deliver sustainable energy generation solutions and other businesses that could form the backbone of an entirely new and an inclusive economic activity. Mining's role in enabling the energy transition and acting as an investment catalyst in partnerships with others presents nothing less than a game-changing opportunity for many mining jurisdictions, and especially those in Africa. So turning now to South Africa and the opportunity for partnerships that drive progress here. Despite being blessed with such enormous mineral endowment, many countries fall far short of living up to their actual potential. Breaking this long-standing truism is ever more urgent, and the need to address this challenge and opportunity is as I have set out. The recipe for success has been shown time and time again to rely on partnerships. Government and business have to be willing and they have to be committed to working together to put in place the parameters that allow both allow and encourage a thriving economy where everybody can benefit. From the very large companies to the micro businesses operating within the townships and in and around our mine communities. And when that balance is found, governments can more easily deliver growth because businesses are set up to thrive, jobs are created, and generally society prospers. So my question is this: how do we supply the increased volumes of these metals and minerals that the world so desperately needs in a way that we recognize and scale the scale of the opportunity that is presented by this demand, and are set up as a country or as countries to attract investment to deliver these minerals? And thereby, as a result of doing so, and doing so well and in a sustainable sort of way, experience sustained economic growth and development for many generations to come. Businesses must and should form the backbone of most economies, but they just cannot succeed in doing that alone. Governments are accountable for and have the most critical role to play in setting up the environment that enables people, businesses, and society to flourish. And as I stand here today and take everything that I have talked about this morning, we can easily zoom in to probably the most relevant and pressing example of opportunity being foregone right here at home in South Africa. As a very, very proud South African who happens to be leading a global mining company that has played such a pivotal role in investing in, growing, and transforming South Africa's mining industry over so many decades, please do forgive me if I sound just a little bit frustrated here. But let me assure you that my frustration is by far in a way outweighed by my and Anglo-American sincere commitment to working together so that South Africa does actually seize the opportunity that is presented to her. It is about the role that mining and businesses more broadly can play and stand ready to play, to unlock and unblock the outdated paradigms that are holding back this great country to the detriment of her people and future generations. South Africa starts with an enviable and a sizable advantage. In just under 3 decades, South Africa has built a robust set of democratic institutions, and these range from the independence of the media all the way to the judiciary, which has still kept our country in check and defended the rule of law here. This is also a country with an extremely well-developed financial infrastructure and a range of competitive industries, all built by world-class people. But South Africa is at risk of fast allowing this head start to be badly eroded. And we will then potentially lose any competitive advantage that we have worked so hard to gain over the last 3 decades. Let me be clear. I do believe that this can be fixed. Just as the wheels of government turned at the last moment to liberalize the electricity generation sector, so I believe they need to again turn now to address 3 scourges that are holding back progress. We would all rather that these wheels turned well before the crisis point, but here we are. These scourges, by the way, are not unique to mining, as they're affecting the entire economy as investment confidence is starting to retreat, and that is why we need business community as a whole to urgently and pragmatically adopt the partnership mindset that I've been speaking about this morning to allow South Africa to once again take up its rightful place in the right direction. As I see it, there are 3 very urgent areas that need fixing: corruption, energy, and logistics. They are, of course, all connected, with corruption driving crime that is grinding the energy and logistics systems into the ground. And were these to be fixed, I think there would be a dramatic improvement in the economy of South Africa as a whole, and thereby enabling a whole set of prospects that are currently out of reach. This is fundamental to the fight against poverty and to social inequality. On corruption and the crime that stems from it, this is the cancer that is eating away at the entire economy at a horrific scale. This has to be eradicated first and foremost. The inquiries and the commissions have actually done their work here, and now the state must act to allow the justice systems to do their work. I am, by the way, very encouraged by the numerous partnerships that are now forming here, most notably with the Minerals Council here in South Africa and the South African Police Service, to decisively deal particularly with the challenge of crime in and around mining. On energy, as I've said, we have certainly seen some progress here, but it is really late in the day and the system is very close to failure. And it's going to take some time to get that new capacity on board, albeit through renewables, hopefully, but whatever means, it's going to take some time to reset the generating capability of Eskom. And in the meantime, what's left of Eskom has to be stabilized and supported so that it can support the economy. And again, I think this must be rooted in fixing corruption. The mining industry is already partnering in the most practical day-to-day level to support the security of coal supply chains and power stations, and to provide technical and operational expertise for effective and efficient maintenance of day-to-day operations. A lot of work is actually being done here, and it is being done in partnership with local governments to support communities through this energy crisis. Now, on logistics, we often don't really appreciate the geographic advantage that South Africa has or should enjoy. We are situated here on one of the busiest international sea routes, and that has half of all the kilometers, South Africa has half of all the kilometers of rail in sub-Saharan Africa. But increasingly, we're losing out on the advantage that this should infer. The rail and the port infrastructure is in an extremely poor condition, with operational performance now at record lows. Along with Eskom, these essential arteries of trade are the other most obvious and urgent focus areas for radical improvement through liberalization. Mining, as well as other critical industries such as manufacturing, food production, and farming, are all the lifeblood of the economy. by reconfiguring how the rail and port systems are set up for success based on proven concession models from countries all over the world, we can push so much more through the existingly tightly constrained system. The mining industry is and has been ready to help and has been ready to help for some time. One of our contributions to resolving this challenge is a detailed, readily implementable proposal for such a partnership aimed at running the rail and ports to a world-class standard, transforming Transnet's capacity and revenue base, and thereby also opening up rail capacity to many, many more participants. In short, such a proposal would, in the first instance, allow access to the urgently needed capital to fix the deteriorating rail and port infrastructure. Secondly, improve the infrastructure and decay on the road network and far too many resulting and avoidable road deaths that are traffic-related today. And accelerate, lastly, the introduction of emerging miners onto the rail network. What's more, this is a proposal that is aligned to existing government policy, including the white paper on third-party access. There really shouldn't be any obstructions to moving this forward. It's already policy. It now just needs to be implemented. It is collaboration and not intransigence that is needed here, with a joint focus on improving the quality of rail and port services and generating increased revenue, increased jobs, and more economic activity. I want to pause here just for a moment and absolutely recognize some of the difficulties that have been faced by Transnet. It is true that we too, as a mining industry, have faced many of the issues that Transnet are facing today, such as badly disrupted supply chains and terrible and residual effects from COVID. So Transnet is not alone in trying to deal with these issues. That said, the port and rail networks ought to be a source of great competitive advantage for South Africa. And I do believe that by working together in partnership that distinguishes between infrastructure ownership and infrastructure operatorship, we can readily restore these critical arteries of trade. It is clear that the pathway to economic prosperity and inclusive transformation is through growing the economy and not trying to carve up a shrinking economy in a different way. The mining industry and business more broadly can and should and will play an instrumental role in unlocking value and unblocking the constraints that hinder economic progress in countries such as South Africa. We do it every day, by the way. We do it every day at a local level, in partnership with local municipalities, with authorities that experience significant constraints on service delivery, and now we just need to step that up to a different scale. By way of just one example here, last year in South Africa, the mining industry and government launched the 25 billion rand Olifantswater infrastructure project in Limpopo. Now, this is a public-private partnership that will transform the lives and the livelihoods of many, many people, bringing potable water, improved health and dignity to over 380,000 people in nearby 150 communities, and ultimately will play a key role in accelerating development in the province. Solutions don't come from hope. They do come from a concerted set of actions, and the time is now to collaborate, partner, and deliver some of those solutions. This is about working to create practical and implementable solutions, not just talk about them. Failure to do so, in my view, is existential, fundamentally affecting the extent to which countries such as South Africa can in fact sustain their economies, let alone grow and prosper. As I've said, the opportunity to capitalize on all that rich mineral endowments that we have here is out there. It has been out there for a very long time. But there cannot be a more urgent need than right now to take advantage of that opportunity. There is no ignoring the enormous opportunity and the urgency that we have before us, both for government and as a business community. In closing, I'd like to borrow a phrase from Julius Nyerere, whose charge still rings true today. Africa must run while others walk. Africa must run while others walk. And he said that 60 years ago. I do not doubt that in 2023, we will see a whole set of fresh volatility and many, many more surprises. And I have no doubt we will react effectively to all of those. As leaders of this vital industry, it is our job not only to build the resilience of our companies, but also to play a material role in building the resilience and capacity of our host countries and nations. And we are committed to do exactly that. In respect of South Africa alone, Anglo American is still one of the largest investors over many, many decades, and that includes around 110 billion rand in the most recent 5 years. We have also brought dozens of BEE transactions to the market that have created some of the most successful black-owned and managed mining companies, and these include Thungela, Exxaro, African Rainbow Minerals, RB Platts, Seriti and Sianda, to name some of them. We are deeply, deeply committed to help build that resilience and set up South Africa for success through the sort of partnerships that I have described. It is only in partnership with others that we can advance a prioritized list of strategic interventions, such as for infrastructure, crime and corruption, and social impact, all geared towards resolving unemployment, advancing and enhancing education and health, building on the enormous contribution that our industry already makes in these very fragile areas. This is going to require the strengthening of partnerships and all stakeholders, including all spheres of government, faith-based organizations, NGOs, and organized labor, as well as us in business. We must work with and across South Africa and many countries to change the story to one of inclusive growth and a better tomorrow. And we just cannot afford to walk at a leisurely pace. We've got to run, and we have to run together. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Duncan, and thank you. I'm sure we all know Anglo's major role in African mining itself. I want to take this time to just mention that we do have headsets for translation for French and English, and in this morning's program we'll also have a speaker who will be speaking in Mandarin, so do make sure that you do collect your headsets at the back of the venue should you require them. Next we will hear from another global mining powerhouse, so please welcome on stage the Chief Executive of Minerals for Rio Tinto to the stage, Sinead Kaufman.
Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is really great to be back in Cape Town for Indaba, and less than a year ago was the first time we'd gathered for many years in person. This year, I think, is particularly important in South Africa, as in December it will mark 10 years from the passing of the former President Nelson Mandela. For many of us who remember this, we think of his selfless leadership and his unrelenting pursuit of justice. Mandela lived a life with such purpose that it inspired millions around the world to believe in and act towards a better version of ourselves, and I think that still stands today more than ever. A decade later, his legacy endures, and so too do many of the realities that necessitated his purpose. So the need to create a more equitable, better society that improves the lives of millions, both at home and abroad. And perhaps it is really relevant now than ever, given the circumstances of the last few years. Since his passing in 2013, we've witnessed many things in the world. We've witnessed the pandemic, the cost of living crisis in the global north, widening inequality and the devastating climate impacts, particularly here in the global south. These, along with many others, are many reasons for us to stop, reflect, and really calibrate what is our purpose. And that's really what I want to speak to you about today, is our purpose in Rio Tinto. As you know, in the last few years, for us as an organization, we've had some deep introspective moments. At that moment of reckoning for us, Madagascar, where we have the QMM mineral sands operation. And together with our chairman, Dominic Barton, we met with the government stakeholders in Antananarivo before heading down to Fort Dauphin to see the progress we've made on our soon-to-be completed 8-megawatt solar plant. The project makes a big step towards decarbonisation of QMM and cutting emissions completely at the asset. It'll be complemented by a 12-megawatt wind energy plant over the next year, and together they'll provide about 60% of the electric power that's required at QMM. Given QMM's role also as a primary power producer for the town of Fort Dauphin, beyond the decarbonisation of the mine, it'll also provide renewable power for the community and also provide our end users with access to more reasonably priced power. These energy projects form part of our broader sustainable mine vision for QMM. And this ambitious vision sets forward a path for carbon neutrality at QMM over the next couple of years. And it's well underway, really due to partnerships with stakeholders, with NGOs, with our community and local partners. As part of that sustainable vision, we've also focused on how we can develop protected areas, ecological restoration, and afforestation of biodiversity conservation, as well as carbon dioxide sequestration. So not only are we trying to reduce our carbon footprint through the life of the mine, but we also look forward to how we can leave behind a sustainable legacy for the benefit of people who live there long after the mine is finished. We need to also recognize the uniqueness of Madagascar's biodiversity. And in line with the aspirations of our purpose, Rio Tinto has engaged with the Malagasy government and ACT Madagascar in the development of a program of nature-based solutions to try and halt and reverse the annual 1.6% loss of the Sitsongambarika rainforest over the past 30 years. For those who don't know, this is a lowland forest. It's in the north of Fort Dauphin. It has such impressive flora and fauna that in 2001, using an internationally agreed set of criteria, the global NGO BirdLife International actually designated the forest as an important bird area. So that recognition, in the company of world wonders such as Snow Hill Island off the coast of the Antarctic Peninsula, or the Thane Creek Flamingo Sanctuary in India, is a really significant designation, and we have a responsibility to help to preserve that. While it's a privilege to access such rich and incredible biodiversity, we also recognize that in this we are short-term guests, and what comes with that responsibility is being able to honor the impact that we have and also to protect these unique ecosystems for the long term. Our work on nature-based solutions is new, and it forms an integral part of our decarbonisation journey. And having successfully piloted some of this work already in Madagascar, we see a potential as a mechanism to put this into practice in other ways that benefit our communities and the environment. It's had the involvement of about 2,300 community members. Over 640,000 high-carbon sequestration saplings have been planted on about 500 hectares of land. Of the spend required to achieve this, about 90% of that has been given to the local community members. So on one hand, we're securing high-quality carbon credits, but on the other hand, we're trying to help address long-term community needs while also restoring the forest. We're exploring similar options across other operations in Africa, particularly around our assets in Guinea, and also here in South Africa, where we're establishing partnerships to build a nature-based solution pathway on the KwaZulu-Natal north coast, just north of our operations at Richards Bay Minerals. In October last year, Richards Bay Minerals also announced a partnership with the French energy company Voltalia to supply renewable energy to our assets there. From 2024, under this agreement, there'll be a 148 megawatt solar power plant, the Bolobedi Solar PV project, which will be built in Limpopo, and the energy will be wheeled through the national grid to provide Richards Bay facilities with the start of our decarbonisation journey. South Africa's geographical and ecological diversity allows us to build something in Limpopo where we can take the best advantage from a solar perspective and be able to use that in KwaZulu-Natal. It's a really exciting project, and last month construction started on the ground. It'll be ramped up over the next few months with a peak construction of about 700 jobs, and once the plant is operational, it'll have a permanent workforce of about 50 people and cut the Richards Bay Minerals energy use by about 10% from a carbon emissions perspective. So we will have more opportunities and more projects to do to deliver our targets on decarbonisation, but it's a great start. I'd also like to recognise the role that government has played in enabling us to do this, and particularly supporting this ambition with the decision recently to lift the licence threshold for solar and wind projects. We're already seeing the impact quite positively of this change. Significant work has also been done across Richards Bay Minerals on a 200 megawatt wind energy project, which is the next project we want to bring online, and that will be around developing continued renewables to meet targets by 2040 to be fully powered by renewable energy at Richards Bay. When we speak about Richards Bay, for those that are familiar with the mine, we often talk about it just as a mine. But Richards Bay is also a hive of activity with smelting, beneficiation, and all of these have a large energy demand. So significantly shifting our resources to renewable is a key part of improving our Scope 2 emissions targets and also freeing up power on the grid for other uses. Recognising that RBM is an ecosystem of mining, processing and smelting, and several other ancillary services also requires us to think about the diversity of services that we need to support Richards Bay. Just as a privilege it is to work in rich ecologies, it's also important that we provide diverse solutions for livelihoods in the region that Richards Bay is based. And last year we continued to do this through a supplier development programme. So with this, we are trying to increase participation of previously disadvantaged community businesses and providing them with the support necessary to provide a business that outlives our operation. This work is bearing fruit, and last year we saw the number of host community suppliers increase from 107 in 2021 to 122, and put differently, this increase now means that over 20% of RBM's contestable spend is going towards host community suppliers, and we need to continue to build this. For me, though, it's more about figures. It talks about jobs, livelihoods, households, and the impact that it has on them. And some of these figures really represent real people and real companies, like Dan Vision, a Dubai-based rail maintenance company that's been able to create 25 jobs to participate in the supplier development program. Or CM Fire and Emergency, which is based in Mbonambi and employs 50 people to provide critical emergency services to the site at Richards Bay. These figures represent a small example of how we're trying to find better ways to contribute and make a tangible difference and to partner with our communities. The work continues, and while we progressively host community participation with our own supply chain, we really want to proactively engage and find more ways to do this and better opportunities. The supplier development program is one pillar of how we put this into practice, but another way is through our recent social labour plan, SLP3, which we announced in 2020, and it's the largest of its kind for us. So SLP3 is between 2020 and 2024, and we've committed nearly 250 million rand for investment in community development projects that are focused on infrastructure, income-generating investment and skills development in our 4 host communities around Richards Bay, the Sekulu, Dubai, Mkwanazi and Mbonambi communities. Infrastructure investment will be the largest amount committed, which is around 200 million rand, and that includes access for safe roads, for schools and for hospitals in the community. Income-generating projects are those projects that will provide employment and income to community households, and such projects under our SLPs 1 and 2 have established businesses that continue to thrive today. These include a bakery in Mkwanazi that employs 10 people, a toilet paper factory in Mbonambi that employs 8 people, a community sewing project also in Mbonambi that employs 6 women, and a fish farm in Dubai that has created 17 jobs. And I use these examples because it's really important to recognise the story and the people behind some of the numbers, and examples of partnership that we have with government, with traditional councils and also local NGOs. For SLP3, we continue strengthening our partnerships for the benefit of all of our host communities. And particularly an example of that is on skills development. So we've committed 70 million rand for the 2020 to 2024 period. And of this figure, about 17 million has been earmarked for unemployed youth bursaries. We recognise the challenge of youth unemployment, and through this hope that providing training and skills will also provide people to find better ways for their future. With SLP3 and our supplier development programme, we really hope we can continue to make a tangible difference to our stakeholders. As I said earlier, finding better ways is a commitment to continuous improvement, but it's also not just what we do, but how we do that. I want to acknowledge that achieving both isn't necessarily easy, but it is really important that we focus not just on the what, but also on the how. And if we're truly to put our purpose into practice, we need to continue to do this regardless of the challenges that we face. Since the last time I was here, there's been many headlines written about the future of mining in South Africa, and we've heard a lot about that today and also yesterday. And while some of that has been positive, most of those comments have not. For the most part, the focus of the challenges that we face here means that we were going to have those challenges for the next few years. And RBM, for us as a business, is a good example of some of those often quoted challenges that we encounter every day and continue to do so. I know I don't need to tell anybody here that, that's well understood. But what I will say is answering what our responsibility is in this is very simple. We are committed to being part of the solution. And together with our partners in government, in industry, in civil society and in our host communities, we are deeply committed to finding better ways to positively shape the sector's future. As I said, finding better ways is also an acknowledgement that we might not have the answer to everything today, but we will absolutely search to find one. And while the challenges we faced at Richards Bay, despite all of the things that we've seen, which we've also heard other industries, other businesses are challenged with, we are really, really focused on putting our purpose into practice and doing that in the long term. So for me, that purpose is about having a clear path, having resolve, having determination, and being relentless and looking for solutions. It's what guides us, and it determines our role in society. And so for us at Rio Tinto, that 10-word purpose being put into practice is really about making sure that we can be providing better ways for people to improve their lives around our assets. So before I go, I'd just like to leave you with one quote that really speaks to me about how we can improve and use our purpose in practice. And it's a quote by Nelson Mandela. He said, "A fundamental concern for others in our individual and community lives would go a long way in making the world the better place that we're so passionately dream of." Thank you.
A very big thank you to Sinead. So now we'll continue to emphasize the global importance of mining in Africa, and we're very pleased to welcome on stage, and it's his inaugural Mining Indaba, by the way, so please give a warm welcome to the CEO of Newmont Corporation, Tom Palmer.
Good morning, and thank you, Tami, for the introduction. Your Excellencies, Ministers of State, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be back in South Africa again. 20 years ago, my family and I spent some time living in the Limpopo province at Palabora, and I was working at the Palabora mine. And it is a place that holds a special place for us, and also a mine that Newmont helped to develop back in the 1960s. I'm honoured to be part of this year's Mining Indaba conference for the first time, and I'd like to thank Hive for hosting this important event and for the invitation to speak today about Newmont and our more recent history in Africa. Before I begin my formal remarks today, please note our cautionary statement and refer to our SEC filings, which can be found on our website. Last year, after a delay due to the pandemic, Newmont celebrated its 101st year of operations, an important achievement for any company. These milestones offer the opportunity to reflect on our past while ensuring that we are prepared for the future. For many years now, we have been driven by our purpose to create value and improve lives through sustainable and responsible mining. It is a purpose that is underpinned by our values and strengthened by our clear and consistent strategy. As a result, Newmont has maintained its position as the world's leading gold company, differentiating ourselves in 4 key areas. First and foremost, Newmont has a long history of leading change in our approach to environmental, social and governance matters. These practices have been embedded in our culture and strategy and are woven into the very fabric of our company. Second, Newmont has created an unmatched global portfolio of world-class operations and projects, with both scale and mine life to sustain our business and continue leading the industry for decades to come. Third, these assets are managed through our integrated operating model, which has a deep bench of experienced leaders and a proven track record of delivering value. And finally, our disciplined approach to capital allocation allows us to maintain financial strength and flexibility while balancing steady reinvestment into our business with industry-leading returns to our shareholders. At Newmont, when we talk about leading change in our approach on ESG matters, we have at the very core of this work the protection of the health and safety of our workforce. This simply must be at the heart of any sustainable mining business. We work to continuously improve our disciplined and dedicated approach to safety, maintaining a clear focus on eliminating the risks that could lead to a fatality. We do this through a globally consistent management of the critical controls that must be in place at all times to prevent a fatality. Last year, we completed more than 620,000 interactions by leaders in the field that were focused on these controls. It is a process that we call critical control verifications. This number was an increase of more than 30% over the previous year, demonstrating the importance that we place on visible, felt leadership to maintain a safe environment at every one of our 12 managed operations around the world. We also continue to improve the effectiveness of our critical control verifications through increased coaching and development. And last year, more than 50 Newmont leaders from across the world participated in field-based fatality risk and culture reviews to identify any systemic issues or improvement opportunities at our managed operations. As a direct consequence of this work, in 2022, 70,000 non-compliant controls were identified, which means that there were 70,000 instances where leaders spoke up at the right time to stop work and address the risks that could lead to a fatality. Last year, we also experienced a 36% reduction in the number of significant potential events from the previous year. And most importantly, we have remained fatality-free for over 4 years. However, health and safety is an area where you must always maintain a sense of chronic unease. We still experience at least one significant potential event each week, and each and every one of these events are an opportunity to learn and improve. At Newmont, we recognise that a strong safety culture is not only an indicator of a reliable, well-run business, it is fundamental to sustainably delivering on our commitments to our employees, our contracted partners, our local communities, and to all of our stakeholders. And safely delivering on our commitment is an integral part of our values-driven approach to ESG. In order to address the global issues we face today, the mining industry will need leaders with scale, mine life, superior cash flow generation, and an unwavering commitment to leading ESG practices. And we believe that Newmont is one of those leaders. Our core values are safety, sustainability, integrity, inclusion, and responsibility. Together, they are fundamental to how we run our business, where we choose to operate, and how we conduct ourselves on a daily basis. At Newmont, we take pride in being a values-driven organisation with a clear purpose. And achieving our purpose starts with a strong governance structure and a commitment to accountability and transparency. Newmont has been disclosing our non-financial performance since 2004, regularly ranking as one of the most transparent companies in the S&P 500. And as a consequence, we are broadly recognised for our disciplined practices when it comes to governance and reporting, both within our sector and among all corporate reporters. Today, one of the most important focus areas for the mining industry is to ensure that our business activities are supported by our stakeholders. This means we must work to earn and maintain social acceptance throughout the mining life cycle and beyond by focusing on proactive engagement with stakeholders based on inclusion, transparency and integrity, by focusing on risk and impact management, which involves understanding the impact of our activities and minimising and mitigating negative impacts to build long-term positive relationships, focusing on mutual value creation, meaning we need to collaborate to catalyse socio-economic development so communities can thrive during operations and after mining activities cease. As a leader in the mining industry, we understand that doing the right thing is a fundamental requirement, and will only be successful if we forge and maintain strong partnerships with local communities and governments, and demonstrate our ability to mine in a manner that protects the environment and creates opportunities for people. Our assets and partnerships in Africa are an important part of Newmont's robust and diverse portfolio of operations and projects, providing the pathway to deliver strong long-term results. Each year, Newmont produces an industry-leading 6 million ounces of gold, along with more than 1 million gold equivalent ounces from copper, silver, lead and zinc. And we can maintain these levels for at least the next decade. Among our 12 managed operations and 2 non-managed joint ventures, nearly 90% of our attributable gold production comes from top-tier mining jurisdictions, because we firmly believe that where we choose to invest and operate matters. In 2002, following the three-way merger between Newmont, Normandy and Franco-Nevada, Newmont returned to investing in Africa. In 2006, we commissioned our Ahafo South mine in Ghana, the first large-scale mining operation in the Astufi North District of the Ahafo region, located approximately 300 kilometres northwest of the capital Accra. Then in 2013, we commissioned our Chim mine in the New Abrim district in Ghana's eastern region. Together, Ahafo and Chim have produced more than 10 million ounces of gold over that time. And with the advancement of our near-term projects, such as Ahafo North, and the exploration potential at both Ahafo South and Chim, our operations in Ghana are well placed to maintain their position in one of the top gold mining districts in the world. In addition to this, we're also looking elsewhere on the continent, including Cote d'Ivoire and Ethiopia, where we have partnerships in place to explore greenfield opportunities. However, our impact in Africa extends far beyond the gold we produce. It is also the value we create within the country we operate in. In 2022, we were honoured to have both our Ahafo and Chim mines ranked as the top 2 companies in Ghana for performance and social responsibility by the country's Investment Promotion Council. In addition, our Ahafo operation was recognised by the Ghana mining industry with several awards for its performance in exploration, environmental management, innovation, and most importantly, diversity and inclusion. These awards are a tribute to the quality and dedication of our team in Africa and their commitment to exceptional operational and sustainability performance each and every day. As part of our investment in Africa, Newmont is progressing the Ahafo North project. This new mine will expand our footprint in Ghana, adding more than 3 million ounces of gold production over an initial 13-year mine life. Located around 30 kilometres north of our existing Ahafo South operation, Ahafo North will involve the development of 4 open-pit mines and the construction of a standalone mill to produce approximately 300,000 ounces of gold each year at attractive all-in sustaining costs. Then when we combine Ahafo North with our Ahafo South operation, we expect our Ahafo complex to deliver an average of 850,000 gold ounces every year until at least 2030. To ensure that we earn and maintain social acceptance throughout Ahafo North's life cycle, we have conducted extensive regulatory and community engagements, and we are working to create lasting value for our host communities through enhanced local sourcing and hiring. And one key aspect of this is our workforce planning at Ahafo North, which includes a target to achieve gender parity in the workforce when operations begin, an important and deliberate step to improve female representation at our operating sites. Investments in Africa, like the ones we are making in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire and Ethiopia, are key to building a profitable and resilient future for Newmont and all of our stakeholders. As part of this long-term strategy, we seek to have a positive impact in the places where we operate, by contributing to the growth and prosperity of host governments, and by investing in and supporting local communities beyond the life of our mines. In 2021, Ahafo and Achim generated $1.5 billion in revenue, of which 56% was spent locally on wages, taxes, goods and services in Ghana. Newmont Africa directly employs nearly 7,000 people and has indirectly supported the creation of more than 75,000 jobs in Ghana. And to date, we have contributed approximately $60 million to host communities through our foundations at both Ahafo and Achim. Our Ahafo and Achim mines operate within 20 host communities. As each mine was developed, we established a foundation with the objective of enabling sustainable development and improving lives for current and future generations, and as a consequence, to make a lasting contribution to local economic development. These foundations are primarily funded by Newmont, with a fixed contribution of $1 per ounce of gold sold each quarter and 1% of each mine's profits before tax each year. But they are community-owned and community-driven. Newmont Africa has contributed approximately $60 million into both foundations since 2008. These funds accrued have then been directed towards a number of community development initiatives across various sectors, including education, health, agriculture, infrastructure development, economic empowerment, water and sanitation. Over the almost 15 years that we have had these foundations in place, we have seen more than 150 infrastructure projects, including schools, roads, clinics and water projects, and constructed and handed over those projects to the communities. We've seen over 15,000 senior and tertiary students from host communities benefit from educational scholarships. We've seen a 43-acre oil palm plantation established for our Chim Mines resettlement community. And we've seen a microcredit scheme established to foster socio-economic growth by facilitating access to credit among individuals and small-scale businesses. We continue to collaborate with our host communities to ensure that our work generates a positive impact in the lives of all of our stakeholders. The creation of an endowment will also sustain these foundations long after the life of our mines in Ghana. So as we reflect on Newmont's first 102 years and its vibrant history in Africa, we are more convinced than ever in our ability to build a bright future for ourselves and all of our stakeholders through our industry-leading portfolio of assets and projects, our proven integrated operating model, our balanced and disciplined approach to capital allocation, and most importantly, our values-driven commitment to our purpose of creating value and improving lives through sustainable, responsible mining. It is our belief that what we reap, we sow, and it is our responsibility to take care of the resources and the people who provide us and the world so much. We appreciate the opportunity provided to us to operate in Ghana and explore in Ethiopia and Cote d'Ivoire, and we look forward to furthering our partnership in Africa for many years to come. Thank you for your time today.
Tom. Thank you, Tom. We'll now call on stage a familiar face to South Africa in particular, but also to the Mining Indaba. So please, a warm welcome for the President and CEO of Barrick Gold. That is Mark Bristow.
Perfect, thanks. Thank you, and honourable ministers, government delegates, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. When we came and met here last year, I don't think anyone could have predicted how 2022 would turn out. Against a background of deteriorating geopolitics, there were fundamental changes in the global financial landscape which herald the end of the era of easy money and a new regime of high inflation, high interest rates, and high volatility. We've also seen an acceleration in the deglobalization trend, which is of particular concern for us here in Africa, as we watch the rich countries craft policies that impact on Africa, but don't take us Africans into account. On the positive side, however, there's an increasing realization of mining's importance to the rest of the world and its key role in the achievement of social development goals. Gold was one of the better performing asset classes in 2022, and the copper price has picked up. Gold has always been the world's most precious metal, and copper has become strategically its most important. That's why Barrick's long-term strategy, a strategy that ensures our sustainability through the cycles, has been designed to make us the world's most valued gold and copper mining company. Please take note of this cautionary statement, and for those who wish to review in more detail, it is on our website. This is who we are and where we are going. With our focus fixed on that destination, we invest continuously in a future of sustainable growth that will deliver real value to all our stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, I mean host countries as well as investors, two groups whose sometimes competing interests we take great care to balance equitably. We already have the world's best gold assets, and we're looking for more. At the same time, we're successfully growing our copper portfolio. Barrick's foundational philosophy was that if you combine the best assets with the best people, they'll produce industry-leading returns. And as you can see here, our world-class team has been delivering a sector-leading payout to shareholders. Sustainability has always been at the heart of our business, and I'll tell you more about our holistic approach to ESG later in the presentation. This is Barrick by the numbers, and as you can see, it's a standout business by any measure. We're frequently referred to as the world's second largest gold miner. So I'd like to point out that in terms of ounces produced under our management, we're actually the largest. Our financial results for 2022 will be reported on the 15th of February. So the shareholder distribution, operating cash flow, and free cash flow figures shown here are for the previous year. In a very significant development on the financial front, Moody's has recently upgraded the senior unsecured ratings of Barrick and its rated subsidiaries from Baa1 to A3 with a stable outlook, the highest rating in the sector. The upgrade reflects the enormous progress we've made in strengthening our balance sheet and managing our capital structure over the past 3 years. With operations in 19 countries on 4 continents, Barrick is a truly global business, and we keep advancing our frontiers. Our value foundation is in North America, a low-risk jurisdiction, but our Africa and Middle East region is a major and growing contributor to the Barrick's production and bottom line. Africa hosts 2 of Barrick's 6 Tier 1 gold mines, one in Mali and the other in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with a 3rd Tier 1 complex in the making in Tanzania. Their critical value to their host economies is demonstrated by the fact that Loulo-Gounkoto in Mali and North Mara and Bulyanhulu in Tanzania are amongst the largest taxpayers in those countries. In the region's copper portfolio, Lumwana in Zambia is being substantially expanded with a potential life of mine between 40 to 60 years. It's worth noting that Africa leads the group in gold reserves and resource replacement, with its mines consistently more than replacing the ounces they mine year after year. I pointed out earlier that in terms of ounces under its management, Barrick is the world's largest gold producer. On its own, it is also the largest producer in the United States as well as Africa. And given the current global situation, gold's role as a reliable store of wealth and a hedge against inflation and geopolitical pressures is becoming even more crucial. This is Barrick's gold production outlook, firmly based on its 12 gold mines rolling 10-year plans. The copper case for investing in Barrick is also compelling. We already have 2 copper mines in the Africa and Middle East region and another in Chile, with a 4th scheduled to come into production in 2028. This includes the massive Reko Diq project in Pakistan, one of the largest undeveloped copper-gold projects in the world, which will have a transformative impact not only on our copper portfolio, but also the Pakistan economy. Given these resources and our expertise, Barrick is strongly positioned to benefit from the clean energy and development-driven demand for copper. Our copper production outlook shows the boost we'll get from Reko Diq and the expansion of the existing Lumwana mine in Zambia. The forecast growth is all organic, and so we haven't had to pay any acquisition premiums to get there. The quality of our assets is the best in the industry, and so, I believe, is the quality of our leadership. To keep our executive team world-class and ensure seamless successions, we constantly invest in the recruitment and development of our next generation of leaders. We're also making Barrick the kind of modern business likely to attract the best and the brightest of young people. Our employment policy prioritizes host country nationals, and today 96% of our global workforce are locals, as are 78% of our senior management. On top of its many benefits to Barrick and our host countries, this selection policy has naturally created the industry's most diverse workforce in terms of ethnicity, culture, and increasingly gender. Our belief that the best assets managed by the best people will deliver the best returns is vindicated by a dividend performance that is among the best in the industry. Our shareholder-friendly policy combines a quarterly base dividend and a performance enhancement, providing investors with predictability as well as an upside. Ladies and gentlemen, as I noted earlier, sustainability is fundamental to Barrick's business and has been so long, and it has been so long before the dawn of ESG. We believe that climate risks, poverty, and biodiversity loss are inextricably linked and should therefore be approached through a holistic strategy. This strategy is based on our commitment to genuine partnerships and benefits sharing with our host countries and communities. You can see its 7 principles here. Planning for closure is one that is often neglected by the industry. At Barrick, however, we start preparing for closure at the same time as we start planning a new mine, looking not only at the site's eventual rehabilitation, but at creating a sustainable local economy as a post-mining legacy to the community. And finally, putting it all together presents the powerful case for partnership with and investment in Barrick. There's no other mining company that has our proven long-term strategy, our quality assets, our growth projects, and our social license to operate, earned through our mutually beneficial partnerships with our host countries. We recognize that our host country governments are the stewards of their country's mineral resources, and we are their investment and development partners who partner to deliver value for the benefit of all stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, every year we come to Indaba to talk about things, but what we need to learn is we also need to commit to do more than just talk. As I've done at every Mining Indaba before this, I urge all parties, governments, miners and investors to engage in real partnerships focused on the development of our host countries, and in particular our African host countries and their people, through unlocking the value of their mineral endowment for the benefit of all for the long term. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Mark. Now we're switching from gold to somewhat what is increasingly known as a precious metal itself, so those which power the booming global energy transition. Please help me give a warm welcome to Benedict Sobotka, Chief Executive Officer of Eurasian Resource Group and co-chair of Global Battery Alliance. Welcome to stage, Benedict.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably the toughest job to be standing between you and your lunch. I'll make it worthwhile. Today I come here to talk about something that I'm really personally very passionate about, and it's hard to beat Mark's speech, so I'll focus on something slightly different, which is more the emotional part of the mining industry. We stand today at probably the crossroad of one of the most exciting transformation in economic history, which is the transformation from a carbon-based world economy to a low carbon-based economy. And that transition will require a tremendous amount of change in the way we think about mining, the way we think about commodities, the way we think about partnerships and collaborations between countries, host governments, companies, between countries and countries, between multinational, multi-stakeholder organizations, and so on. This is the biggest purchase order in the history of the mining industry, and it's very exciting to be at the center of this. Our group, and we represent about 80,000 people worldwide in 16 countries. We're proud to be at the center of this massive transformation with our operations in South America and Africa and in Asia. We have a diversified portfolio of multiple products, so we're exposed to a number of global macroeconomic trends, not just infrastructure built, battery materials, renewable energy. But whenever we go into countries and operate, we also work very hard with the local host governments to build capacity. And capacity is more than just infrastructure. Yes, it's important, but it's about education, it's about social work, it's about alternative employment, alternative livelihoods. And that's a topic that I'm personally very passionate about. To give you one example as a point of reference, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, we operate schools for over 15,000 children because we think that's the right thing to do. And I encourage all our neighbors in that region to do the same. Africa has a dearth of education and employment opportunities for the communities, and that's something I believe we have to start, because that trains the next generation. Now, we're in Africa here today, so I'd like to give you a bit of an overview of where we're in Africa, predominantly around the Copper Belt, down into South Africa. We operate one of the largest trucking fleets as well, bringing material up and down from Central Africa into South Africa for export. And we've built this portfolio over the last 10, 15 years. We've doubled production over the last 10 years, and we plan to double production again in the next 5 years. We've just restarted another operation in the DRC, copper cobalt, so we believe this is probably, the copper belt is one of the most prolific and most exciting geological occurrences in the world, a freak of nature, or a luck of nature, if you want. We're very proud to be investing in a broad set of energy materials, energy transition materials, copper, cobalt, manganese, we're looking at nickel, lithium, and so on, which is what a lot of other people do as well. What I think makes us different is we're happy to go to jurisdictions that are more complicated than the historic jurisdictions. What a lot of people don't know is that 80% of the world's exploration spend goes into 5 countries: Canada, Australia, and a few others. It doesn't go into Africa, it does not go into Central Asia, it does not go into more complicated jurisdictions of South America, and we have to change that, because the future renewable energy requirements, the energy transition requirements, will require more discoveries. And you're not going to find these major discoveries in the historical traditional jurisdictions. So we need to change that. So we're very open to business in those next frontier countries. We've recently made a very large commitment to Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Minister Mondaifer is here today. A fantastic country to do business in, fantastic conference as well earlier this year. So we're very excited about this whole region, which I believe is from north to south and east to west, is at the center of, I think, the global energy transition attention. Now, what we will do next, I think, not us as a company, but us as a global community, it will determine the fate of humanity. Now, this has been overused, this term, but I fundamentally believe this. We don't have much time left to meet the Paris emission reduction goals. And you can already see today, I mean, there's a few Europeans here. I would imagine whoever tried to go skiing in the Alps over Christmas this year, it was the first time in 50 years that there was no snow in the Northern Alps, right? And that's not a coincidence. So we actually feel it on a daily basis. Not just the Arctic melting, it's not just sea levels rising, which is far away, but it happens at our doorstep. So we're running out of time. And the problem is what you will see is in order to achieve the Paris goals, we need to reduce emissions by 45%. The projection is plus 10%. Right? So if somebody would come to me, present his business plan and say, I'm going to make a business or make an initiative that reduces emissions by 45%, and in fact everyone knows it's going to go up by 10%, right? You know, it's a disaster, and it's a disaster coming. We have to work collaboratively to address this problem. Now, what is an interesting aspect here in Africa, this is a complicated picture, and I took it from a website, interestingly on India. We talk a lot about the just energy transition and about fairness between the developed economies and the developing economies. And what you see here on this picture, it's a little small, but what you see is you see the historic CO2 emissions by country since 1750. No, that was way before I was there, but you can mathematically calculate this. And what you see is that Europe, with a population of 748 million people, generated 531 billion tons of CO2 since 1750. And you can see the US, 416. And then you see Africa, with a population of 1.4 billion, and less than 10% of the historic emissions of Europe. So what created the wealth in Europe, what created economic development over the last 200 or 180 years in Europe, has actually been at the expense of the global climate. It's not the fault of Africa. It's not the fault of the global South. So I find this very impactful, is to see, we have to think about this historic legacy of CO2 emissions that cannot be retracted. So now we have to bring economic development to poorer parts of the world that actually have no debt to the climate. And that's going to be a very big challenge. I call it the biggest purchase order in history because the green energy transition is a lot more materials intensive than the hydrocarbon economy. The good news is you can actually reuse some of those minerals. The problem is, as you build out this biggest supply chain in history, a lot of these materials will stay in the supply chain for quite a long time. I mean, the average electric vehicle will be on the road 15, 20 years. So you're not going to see a lot of recycling until probably 2040. So the problem is this energy transition is so materials intensive that it not just triggers a demand for a dramatic increase in investment, but it also triggers a different way and a requirement for us to think about circularity. Now, people here have talked a lot about the sheer amounts that are going to be required. I personally believe we will need a lot more than what these forecasts say, because what people don't anticipate is that over the next 20 years, we're going to see some of the fastest economic developments in countries like India, like Ethiopia, like Uganda, like Indonesia, like Pakistan, all countries that today are above or just under 100 million inhabitants. And as these people move into the middle class, we're going to see a lot more requirement for energy, electricity, transportation. And of course, the electric vehicle sector for me is a very, very exciting one, because as the chairman of the Global Battery Alliance, that's an area we focus on a lot. The new energy vehicle, as they call it in China, or the electric vehicle sector, has the potential to reduce global transportation emissions by 30%. Now, over the lifetime of a car, an electric vehicle can save about 70 to 80% of the lifetime emissions compared to an internal combustion engine. Those are pretty dramatic numbers. Now, the problem is you have an initial investment you have to make, let's say an emissions investment you have to make in producing the car, because it's more energy intensive to make an electric vehicle than it is to make an internal combustion engine vehicle. So you have a startup investment you have to make, which you then over time you repay. So the same with renewable energy, the lifetime CO2 emissions are significantly lower, but the upfront investment is very high. This will trigger 1.7 trillion in global mining investment. Now sounds like a great number, and I see some of the people in their heads calculating on what that means in shareholder revenue or shareholder value. The problem is this industry is very small. The total global investment in mining is anything between 120 and $200 billion. Now, I'm not sure what exactly the numbers are in the oil industry, but they're probably 10 times that. So actually, today, we're setting ourselves up for failure because we're not investing much and enough in the mining industry. And that has many reasons, right? The irony in some cases is that the stricter the ESG requirements, the more difficult it is to deploy capital. Licensing is probably the biggest impediment to faster development cycles for mining projects. So in a way, it's ESG itself creates a problem for implementation and for achieving its own targets. So I urge the host governments I speak to, I urge mining companies to be pragmatic about how do you actually deploy all this capital. Now, another big challenge is deploying capital in more complicated jurisdictions means you're going into countries that are not bankable. And that's a huge challenge because a lot of the future resources will be found in countries that are today deemed as uninvestable by the global banking community. Now, you can talk a lot about ESG in London and New York. If you don't put your money where your mouth is, you're not going to see those tons of copper coming out of the ground. If you don't go to the DRC, if you don't go to Pakistan, if you don't go to complicated jurisdictions in Asia, we are going to have to do this as an industry together with our multi-stakeholder partners. For us, cobalt is very important. We own a company called Metal Coal, which is the world's largest cobalt producer. We produce enough cobalt for about 3.5 million vehicles. Electric vehicles, I spoke about this topic in 2016 here at this Mining Indaba, and the number is quite staggering. In the whole of 2016, the entire number of electric vehicles sold in 2016 in the world is what is today sold in the world in 2 days. Right? That happened in 8 years or 7 years. The growth rates are just absolutely staggering. We're going from a global electric vehicle penetration rate in 2022 of about 13% to 17% this year. Well, that's an average, right? In some countries, you're at 80–90% penetration rate for electric vehicles. Norway today is almost 100%. The average European is about 20 to 25%. Germany went from 12% to 35% within 18 months. So you see that is a trend. First, it's irreversible. Second, the numbers are so staggering that this will require investments in particularly battery materials. And the problem with battery materials is those tend to be rather niche commodities. So in the case of cobalt, last year, the automotive industry became the single biggest user of cobalt in the world with about 100,000 tons. That is the entire production of cobalt between 2018 and 2020. Right? So to put this in perspective, and of course lithium is another good example. Lithium is such a squeezed market because there's no really other uses for lithium, maybe a little bit in glass making and so on, but you've actually hit a commodity that wasn't ready for it, and what happens, the price goes up 8 times over 12 months, which is a real problem for everyone that's downstream. And we have partners in our global battery lines that are in the midstream and downstream, and for them it's a real challenge. How do you plan for your cost of production if your main inputs go up 8 times? You cannot. And the problem is the automotive companies, of course, they want to have prices that are more or less stable because they face the end customer. So who takes the price risk? Right, there's no possibility to pass through a 7 times price increase in lithium to your end customers. It's impossible. So who takes that risk? Who takes these losses? And who, on the mining side, puts what number in the spreadsheet to sanction or FDI a project, FID a project? Do I put in $20,000 or $200,000? In the case of cobalt, do I put in $12 a pound or I put in $50 a pound? And that means that people take a conservative view on sanctioning projects, which goes to the opposite of what should happen today. People should invest in those kind of projects. I always like to show this picture here. There's an organization called Visual Capitalist. They do these beautiful pictures here. And this gives you an idea of what the kind of minerals are you use for the electric vehicle as compared to the internal combustion engine. So you see the black dots here. You need about 22 kilograms of copper and about 11 kilograms of manganese. That's mainly in the steel in the car. And then you see the material you need for an electric vehicle. Right? And that's why I like to call it biggest purchase order in history, biggest transformation of a supply chain. Now the challenge is, as you push a supply chain very hard, you get bad behavior. You get bad behavior in host countries, you get bad behaviors also by host governments that get greedy. This happens. And you get social issues, you get environmental issues. And that's something we at the Global Battery Lines work very hard at. We have to build the supply chain in a sustainable way. Africa. Why is Africa so important? I love to take this picture because I'm a very visual person. And this is actually the size of Africa compared to all the other countries that dominate today the electric vehicle industry and the energy transition. Africa is larger than the combined United States, China, Europe, Japan, Eastern Europe together. Right? So the geological endowment that comes with this tells you something about how today there's this disconnect between where the economic benefits are and where the population is. And you can look at a separate picture here. This is, on the right you see the global economy. On the left you see the population. So this whole big bubble on the left bottom here, this is the African population, which doubles every 35 years. And then you see this little sliver here of economic activity relative to the rest of the world. So you see this unbalance of what I call this unjust transition to a low-carbon economy. Well, at the foundation, fundamentally, the problem you have is that there is an imbalance between North and South, between Africa and so on. So that's something we have to adjust, because economic benefits in Africa, because of the size of its population and the forecasted demographics, we have to find a solution for this. And this is a challenging picture because of the resolution here, but it gives you an idea what people think about the mining industry. These are the 5 largest tech companies. This is after the second half of 2022 capitalization market cap massacre. Right? So you see the 5 biggest tech companies, Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta, and Netflix. And then you see the 5 largest mining companies. You can't even see them on this picture. With one Apple, you could buy the 50 largest mining companies in the world. How are we going to do an energy transition with these kind of numbers? We'll have to invest 1.7 trillion into the mining industry in the next 10 years. Now, if investors don't like this industry, we're not going to achieve it. We have to have a fundamental change in the way we think about investment in this industry. We will not achieve it otherwise. And one thing that I'm personally very passionate about is this is not something we can solve as individual companies. This is too big. You see it, right? I mean, even the largest global mining companies that are listed, they're tiny. They're tiny compared to the amount of investment required. They're tiny compared to the global economy. They're tiny compared to other large companies. We're not going to achieve it. So we have to work together as multi-stakeholder organizations. And one very exciting one is the Global Battery Lines, which is now the largest multi-stakeholder organization in energy storage systems. We have about 135 members today, some host governments, some companies, civil society, and participants from the entire energy source supply chain, from the mining companies, Vale, Anglo-American, Glencore, ourselves, Trafigura, to the midstream, the CATLs, the battery makers, and the large automotive companies like a Volkswagen, like a Tesla. And what is so important in this industry as we grow this supply chain is that we keep traceability of the material. Right? When I initially worked with the World Economic Forum at for the Global Battery Lines, we always had this slogan: is you cannot base the technology of the 21st century on labor practices of the 16th century, which is the case. In some products, that is the case. It's a fact. So we have to work to make the supply chain sustainable, and we can only do this as a collaborative effort. And what we did in Davos this year, we announced a very neat a tool which is called the battery passport, the global battery passport. This is what it looks like. So if whoever was in Davos this year, you could see all the electric vehicles driving around, the Teslas and the Audis, Volkswagen. They had this little sticker here on the back, which is the world's first traceability passport. So you can scan it with your phone. It opens the page and it shows you 3 pilots, Audi, Volkswagen, Tesla, and it actually shows you where do the minerals come from. Right? You will see, oh, this cobalt comes from the Congo, from this particular mine. Oh, and by the way, this is the CO2 emission that has been generated from the mine to the battery. So it actually helps you track the Scope 3 emissions. And it gives you the score of child labor protection, environmental protection, human rights track record. And this is something we will need, because we will have to build a supply chain that is sustainable for the long term, that is a just supply chain that will bring us to a just economic transformation for the green energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll now welcome onto stage a very seasoned executive and someone who's been known to contribute to the South African mining industry for decades. So please, a round of applause for the CEO of Harmony, Peter Steenkamp.
Good morning, it's actually good afternoon now. My name is Peter Steenkamp, CEO of Harmony. It is a pleasure to be here at the Mining Indaba once again to share the Harmony story with you. Please take note of our safe harbor statement. I would just like to start with a brief introduction of who we are. Harmony is a 1.4 to 1.5 million ounce producer, specialist gold producer with a meaningful copper footprint. We are South Africa's largest gold producer by volume, and we have close to 40 million ounces of gold and gold equivalents in declared mineral reserves. Almost half of these mineral reserves are here in South Africa, presenting opportunities for further value creation. We have a diversified portfolio of operational assets and projects in South Africa, Papua New Guinea, and Australia. Our operating assets include 9 underground gold mines, 2 open pit mines, and various tailings retreatment operations. Our pipeline of projects in South Africa and internationally offers a substantial opportunity as we continue our growth journey. Various early stage exploration and advanced stage projects offer near-term conversion potential, as seen in Tier 1 Wafi-Golpu project and our recent Eva Copper project acquisition in Australia. Harmony has been operating as an emerging market gold mining specialist for over 72 years. We therefore understand the markets in which we operate and the importance of sustainable mining. Our operating model ensures we convert minerals we extract into shared value for all our stakeholders, with over 130 million ounces in mineral resources, including a meaningful and growing copper footprint. Harmony is too big to ignore. To ensure continued positive returns, we have divided our operations into 4 business areas, which inform our capital allocation decisions. We call this our equity story in 4 parts. These business areas are our optimized South African underground portfolio. These mines are optimized for cash generation, which allow Harmony to pursue and fund key projects. And our higher grade South African underground assets, including Moab Khotsong and Mponeng, and our high margin South African surface and surface retreatment operations, and a growing international portfolio that includes Hidden Valley and various other copper projects in Papua New Guinea and Australia. Through our 4 strategic pillars of responsible stewardship, operational excellence, cash certainty, and effective capital allocation, Harmony will continue creating shared value for years to come. Harmony has always aimed to create shared value through our clear and effective capital allocation strategy. We have prioritized capital to drive safety improvements as we aim for zero loss of life. We are investing in inorganic growth to build a pipeline of projects which we can take us to up the value curve. And we are also investing organically as we redirect capital towards higher grades and higher margin projects. We aim to maintain a debt to EBITDA at less than 1 times and strive to pay consistent dividends. We rank all projects according to the clear set of investment criteria, and all projects must lower our overall risk profile, including ESG risks as safety and climate change, and improve our margins by targeting acquisitions with an all-in sustaining cost less than $1,250 per ounce. Projects must realize a real IRR above 15% and lastly improve the production profile of Harmony. I would now like to discuss each one of our business areas. We have grouped our various operations based on various criteria, including life of mine, grades, margins, and locations. This is aimed at ensuring that each mine of our project contributes positively to our overall success. Our optimized portfolio generates roughly 40% of our production and consists largely of our older assets. These underground mines typically have a shorter life of mine, lower recovery grades, and can be highly profitable due to their operating leverage. The combined operating free cash flow margins over the life of mine of these assets about 19%. These mines therefore play a critical role in funding our growth aspirations. It is for this reason we have optimized these operations to generate positive free cash. These mines have a good first and second quarter and delivered in line with guidance. The Target 1 optimization project is also nearing completion, and after moving the infrastructure closer to the face, we expect volumes to increase and costs to reduce significantly. This project will be complete before the end of this financial year. Our high-grade assets consist of Moab Khotsong and Mponeng. These are two high-grade mines that have excellent life of mine, operating free cash flow margins of about 25% and produce close to 30% of the group production. They have transformed Harmony's portfolio by adding high-quality ounces and life of mine. Moab Khotsong in the Vaal River region is the longest life mine and we acquired it in 2018. Project Zaaiplaas at Moab Khotsong is one of our major projects extending the life of Moab Khotsong to 22 years. This is a triple decline system accessing the bottom part of the mine and is currently in construction. Once complete, Zaaiplaas will lower the unit cost over the life of mine due to the high grades of approximately 9 grams per ton. Uranium is also a byproduct of the gold recovery process at Moab Khotsong. Mponeng in the Westwits region is the world's deepest mine and we acquired it in 2020. Current recovery grades are about 7 grams per ton and the quality of the ounces presents significant upside potential. We are conducting pre-feasibility studies to determine whether we can convert the 24 million of high-grade ounces in the mineral resource to mineral reserves. Feasibility studies to mine Savuka and Tautona shaft pillars are also underway. Harmony surface source operations are important generators of cash due to the good operating free cash flow margins of 24% and the low risk of mining. We acquired Mineway Solutions in the Vaal River region as part of the acquisition of Mponeng and related assets. This asset has given our retreatment operational scale, adding 100,000 ounces of production each year. Our other tailings retreatment sites include Savuka Tailings, Westwits, Phoenix, and Central Plant in the Free State. We acquired Mineway Solutions. It was necessary to increase the deposition capacity at Kareerand, the large tailings storage facility. This extension would allow us to extend the life of mine by 14 years. All permits and approvals have been obtained, and I am pleased to announce that the construction is underway. A further margin catalyst happened in FY25 when the legacy streaming agreement with Franco-Nevada will come to an end. We will then have an additional 25,000 ounces of mine waste solutions to sell at spot gold prices. This will increase the revenue by approximately 600 million rand each year. We will also conducting studies to determine the feasibility of extracting over 5.7 million ounces of mineral resource from the old Free State tailings dams that we can still continue going forward. Lastly, I would like to discuss our international portfolio. Harmony is investing in copper, a future-facing metal offering counter-cyclical diversification of our existing gold portfolio. In addition to South Africa, we operate the Hidden Valley mine in Papua New Guinea. This open mine will return a life of mine operating free cash flow margin of 40% as stripping comes to an end and we access the higher grades. We are exploring opportunities to further extend the life of this mine, which is currently constrained by deposition capacity. We also have other projects in Papua New Guinea, including the Kerimenge heap leach project and of course the large copper-gold Wafi-Golpu project. Wafi-Golpu is still in permitting stage and negotiations with the states are ongoing. In order to bring forward our copper story and diversify geographically, we acquired the Eva Copper Project in Queensland, Australia. This copper-gold project will add 200,000 ounces per annum of low-cost gold equivalents to production over a 15-year life of mine. We are currently updating the feasibility studies, and these should be complete before the end of this calendar year. We have transformed our resource base and have a good mix of gold and copper. Post the Eva Copper acquisition, SA Underground Gold makes up 26% of our mineral reserves, while the SA Surface Gold represents 24% of our reserves. Combining Papua New Guinea and Australia, copper now constitutes 35% of our mineral reserves and 20% of our mineral resources. Harmony has its roots in deep-level gold, South African gold mining. However, our acquisition of Wafi-Golpu project in 2002 introduced a copper to the Harmony story. The value of gold is well documented, but dating back to 5,000 years as a store of value and a form of currency. While gold will remain core to Harmony, the transition to green economy is a tailwind of copper representing a good opportunity given our portfolio mix. Consumers tend to be metal blind, in other words, not always aware of the prevalence of metals such as copper and gold in the products they use each day. According to Wood Mackenzie, copper consumption is expected to grow at over 2% per annum, and currently supply may not be enough to satisfy future demands. Electrical networking is set to overtake construction as the largest industry sector by 2040. Transport or electric vehicles are forecast to become approximately 70% of total annual automotive sales by 2040. This equates to an incremental increase of 4.8 million tons of copper consumption over current levels. So investing in Harmony is indeed investing in the future. It is for this reason that we are all about mining with purpose. Sustainability is embedded in all we do, and our culture encourages leadership excellence. All aspects of E, S, and G are factored into our decision-making process, ensuring we could conduct ethical and transparent mining practice at all times. This is demonstrated in how we care for our people and our consideration for the natural resources and surroundings around us. An integrated risk-based approach to mining means that Harmony will always mine responsibly, keeping the interest of all stakeholders at heart. We promote and encourage diversity throughout Harmony, which is evident in our inclusion in the Bloomberg Gender-Equality Index for the 5th consecutive year. Our commitment to responsible stewardship has resulted in improvements in our rating at key external rating agencies. True sustainability cannot be achieved by simply saying the right things. Creating positive change is about doing the right things each and every day. We also partner with our stakeholders and engage proactively, forging strong relations and key to creating shared value. Harmony has distributed substantial economic value to our many stakeholders over the years. In FY22 alone, 34.8 billion rand, or over $2 billion, was distributed at group level to our stakeholders. This represents approximately 75% of revenue in 2022. Energy security has become highly topical internationally and here in South Africa. Harmony's energy efficiency program has realized over 1.6 billion rand in electricity-related savings since 2016. Our efficiency program is ongoing and includes ventilation optimization, time of use optimization, and compressed air network optimization. Mined-out operations have been closed, and we are continuously striving for further efficiencies. To help achieve our targets of being net carbon zero by 2045, we have rolled out an ambitious renewable energy program. This program will lower cost and reduce energy supply risk. It will also reduce peak demand from Eskom and alleviate pressure on the grid. Phase 1 is currently underway, and the first 30 megawatt of solar renewable energy plant is under construction. Phase 2 of our renewable energy program will add an additional 137 megawatt, and construction is expected to commence in the new financial year. A reminder that we have secured a 1.5 billion rand green loan to help finance phase 2 of our renewable energy program. In closing, there is no doubt of the incredible opportunity for Harmony and its stakeholders. We have a clear roadmap to drive margin expansion over the next few years. This slide illustrates a timeline of key projects of the future to help us deliver on our strategy of a safe, profitable ounces. The sizable downfields investment in South Africa and greenfield opportunities internationally will drive margins higher in time. Our project pipeline will dovetail, ensuring capital allocation remains affordable and effective. In conclusion, Harmony is transforming. With our quality ounces and meaningful copper footprint, we are indeed positioning ourselves for the future. We will continue creating value through responsible stewardship, operating excellence, cash certainty, and effective capital allocation. And Harmony remains on track to meet its FY23 production cost and grade guidance, and we will look forward to sharing the first half of the FY23 results with you on the 1st of March. Thank you very much.
A very big thank you to Peter. We do have members of the team who are handing out the translation sets, so please do look out for them and put out your hand if you would like one, because our next speaker will be speaking in Chinese, so it might be beneficial if you'd like them to translate it to you in English. If they do not reach your seat, you're more than welcome to also go to the back of the stage to collect one of these translation sets. I now have on stage and have the honor of welcoming to Mining Indaba 2023, Jing He Chen, Chairman and Founder of Tsitsing Mining. Thank you.
尊敬的主持人、各位部长、各位矿业界的同仁、女士们、先生们，我是紫银矿业集团公司的董事长陈景和。这是我第一次在Indaba发表演讲，但显然我不是第一次前来南非。让我很高兴的是，在受到疫情阻隔3年之后，我第一次的海外之旅就来到了非洲。非洲是对世界矿业非常重要的大陆，也是紫银多个重大运营项目的所在地。今天能来到南非矿业大会和大家进行交流，我感到非常荣幸，感谢大会主办方的安排。紫金是一家在亚洲、欧洲、非洲、大洋洲和南美洲15个国家进行矿业开发的年轻跨国矿业公司，为世界大型铜、 金锌生产商之一。公司在世界各国合计雇佣了大约48000名员工。紫金的总部位于中国，在上海的证券交易所、香港证券交易所上市。目前公司的总市值大约450亿美元。近5年，紫金实现了跨越增长。2022年实现销售收入400亿美元，经营现金流41亿美元，净利润29亿美元，公司总资产达到452亿美元，分别比2018年增长157%、176%、388%、172%。2022年，公司位居福布斯全球上市公司2000强第325位，财富世界500强407位。截至2022年底，公司权益资源量铜7200万吨，金3000吨，锌铅1100万吨，当量碳酸锂1200万吨。得益于重大建设和技改项目超预期投产，公司资源优势不断转化为产品产量及社会经济效益。近年，公司铜、金、锌产品产量大幅度上涨。2022年，矿产铜产量达86万吨，矿产金180万盎司，矿产锌45万吨，分别比2018年增长244%、51%、45%。我们规划到2025年，矿产铜将达到117万吨，矿产金289万盎司，矿产锌48万吨，接近达到国际一流矿业公司的水平。公司高度重视各项 ESG 相关工作，建立董事会自上而下的 ESG 体系，指导发展方向与制定政策，践行国际先进的标准和优秀实践，积极履行社会责任。开发矿业、造福社会的共同发展理念，在全球各项目所在地得到了广泛的认同。社区方面，公司秉承与利益相关方建立命运共同体的理念，高度重视项目所在社区的经济社会发展，充分考虑利益相关方的诉求，在社区经济发展、就业、税收、慈善等方面承担应有的义务。优先推行优先采购项目所在地的物资的政策，积极推进各类社区发展项目，增加对当地教育、民生、地方产业基础设施的投资。紫金响应全球应对气候变化号召，积极采取措施。董事会制定了发展清洁能源、推动低碳转型的战略。最近，公司发布了应对气候变化行动方案，承诺到2029年实现碳达峰，2050年实现碳中和。产业政策上，加大对可再生能源和新能源材料的投资与研发。具体行动上，在全公司范围内制定措施，减少各矿山和工厂对化工原料的使用，尽可能的利用可再生能源和低碳技术。规划到2030年，可再生能源使用比例达到30%以上。公司致力于温室气体排放强度逐渐下降，以2020年为基准，规划到2025年，单位工业增加值温室气体排放量下降20%，到2029年下降38%。公司对现有矿山废水基本实现零排放，在矿山建设开始，在条件具备时进行生态修复，而不是通过闭矿后才进行生态修复，力争矿业开发与环境实现和谐统一。在中国境内，紫金建成了13家全国绿色矿山、5家国家级绿色工厂和1家国家矿山公园。17家前置企业通过了 ISO 14001环境认证。在海外，已经以高标准打造花园式的生态工厂。科鲁维奇铜钴矿建成了刚果金第一座绿色矿山，佩吉铜金矿将成为塞尔维亚第一个绿色矿山。武力基卡金矿成为哥伦比亚第一座绿色矿山，位于中部的紫云山金铜矿将率先建设碳中和矿山。紫云在非洲耕耘超过10年，有着重大投资，雇佣员工达到9000人，运营多座大型矿山，在刚果金运营墨索洛伊铜钴矿，与艾芬豪合作建设开发世界级的卡莫瓦卡库拉铜矿，并成为世界级印盐锂矿马纳诺股东之一。在厄立特利亚运营该国最大的矿山比萨新铜矿，在南非开发建设中的恩奎波族金属矿。2022年，我们在非洲合计的前一产铜量约25万吨，新11万吨。我们相信非洲大陆还有很大的矿业发展潜力，对于投资非洲至今充满信心。位于刚果金的卡莫瓦卡库拉铜矿已经市域持股45%，是该铜矿的最大权益持有者。刚果金卡莫瓦卡库拉铜矿为全球高品位的铜矿，已探明4369万吨的铜，并有较大的增出潜力。项目一期选产于2021年5月建成投产，二期将于2022年3月建成投产。同时通过1年技改，实现年产铜达到45万吨以上。3期配套建设50万吨的铜冶炼项目现正在加快推进。3期预计在2024年第4季度建成投产。当项目产能提升到年处理矿石1900万吨的时候，将成为全球第2大的产铜矿山，年产铜达到80万吨。卡莫瓦卡库拉即开展了可持续民生计划，全面采用清洁能源。根据加拿大机构还取得独立审核，卡莫瓦铜矿将成为全球每单位铜温室气体排放量最低的矿山之一。墨索洛伊铜钴矿位于刚果金卢巴阿巴省克鲁维奇市，紫银矿业持股72%，拥有169万吨的铜。墨索洛伊矿业是公司在非洲创新实践的成功典范，其一期建设期计划是2.5年，实际是2年，2期仅了9个月就完成了建设，创造了非洲矿山建设的紫金速度。2022年产铜9.1万吨，钴1794吨。墨索洛伊矿业公司是中国在非企业社会责任联名发起单位之一。紫银的子公司恩科维持有加拉陶波珠金属矿74%的权益。该项目位于著名的布什维的载岩体成矿带上，含有4亿金属总量1360吨。我们正在积极推进项目的前期工作，争取早日实现矿山开发。该矿山其中一个矿田区已经完成了项目的建设的可行研究，正在进行设计方案和施工方案的优化工作。众所周知，矿业为经济发展提供燃料保障，世界大国都在研究矿产供应安全问题。控制全球气候变暖及碳排放已经成为全球共识，为矿业发展带来新的机遇，加速了可再生能源革命。而可再生能源的转型有赖于铜、锂、镍、钴、铂族金属等战略性矿产的可靠保障，而这些金属大部分是非洲的优势矿产。无论是电动汽车，还是风能、太阳能，还是核电的推广，都将提升矿业在市场的需求和投资动力。中国是全球的制造业大国，消费了约40%的基本金属矿产资源。为近20多年来全球矿业市场及矿业企业的发展 做出了巨大的贡献。而中国首席的矿物燃料高度依赖于全球市场，控制碳排放，将化石能源为主调整为清洁可再生能源为主，是一场具有深远影响的能源革命。自己以全面加大铜锂为代表的新能源矿产的投资，力争成为全球重要的铜锂等新能源矿产供应商，适度进入可再生能源产业。首先在自营矿山建设光、风、水电站，努力加大可再生能源的使用比例，尽可能使用清洁能源，结合智能矿山建设，提升矿山电动化、智能化水平。通过全面生态建设，实现自然碳汇，践行绿色发展理念。铜具有天然新能源金属属性，是最重要的新能源基本金属，并世纪新发现的前10大铜矿中，只拥有3座，且排名前5，使3座矿山全部进入生产阶段。2022年合计生产铜56万吨，3大铜矿项目正在进一步的技改扩建。规划的总产能将大幅度的上涨。除了上面讲的卡布瓦铜矿之外，下面我重点介绍另外2座矿山。位于塞尔维亚波尔市的丘卡奇佩吉铜金矿世界全资子公司，上部带铜154万吨，金86吨，其中有400万吨的高品位的铜矿金矿石。2021年4月正式投产，2022年产铜10.4万吨，金4.9吨，下部带铜1428万吨，金295吨。拟采用大规模自然분流法开采，目前已完成易可行性研究和设计，正在推进前期工作，设计年总产铜将超过20万吨，整体一期工程在2025年投产。公司控股的基隆铜矿是中国已探明最大的低品位斑岩铜矿，最新核算的矿石量76亿吨，铜金属2385万吨，半升钼158万吨，半升银1.9万吨。矿山一期工程已经建成投产，2期工程20万吨正在开始建设，整体明年底建成投产。3期工程每日30万吨，拟在2027年投产。3期合计年处理矿石量将达到2亿吨，将成为全球采选规模最大的有色金属矿山，年产铜约60万吨。2022年，这个矿山生产了11.5万吨的铜，2023年计划产铜15万吨。锂因其特殊的属性被称为白色石油，近2年因供应短缺，价格暴涨。个人认为，未来碳酸锂价格应该在1.5万元每吨左右波动。面对能源革命带来的巨大机会，2022年只因实现了2氟1矿的锂资源并购，包括阿根廷高品位的3Q 锂盐湖项目、中国拉果措盐湖和中国湖南县的道县锂银锰矿项目，控制的碳酸锂当量约1200万吨。整体2023年底，3个项目一期工程，年底能够投产，到2025年成为全球重要的锂供应商。世界是物质的，矿产资源是经济社会发展的重要物质基础，开发矿业造福社会是紫金的根本宗旨。作为一家矿业企业，紫金将致力于通过绿色、高效、可持续的现代矿业开发模式，为人类美好生活提供低碳矿物燃料，助力全球碳中和目标的实现，并在此过程中发展自己，创造财富，一如既往的为项目所在国、社区及相关人员的福祉贡献紫金力量。我们将努力向国际矿业领先的同行公司学习，主要指标接近国际矿业同行老大哥的水平，成为受人尊重的全球化的 矿业公司。非洲地域辽阔，矿产资源丰富，我们非常看好非洲的未来，并愿意加大在非洲的投资。作为国际矿业市场的后来者，我们非常清楚自己还有很大的差距，国际化矿业人才还比较短缺，椰子基体系还有待进一步提升。我们非常愿意与国际矿业同行有更多的交流和合作，共享中国巨大市场的机会。由于矿产资源全球分布不均衡性，通过全球配置资源实现互补是必然的要求。矿业领域的全球化比经济全球化具有更加重要的意义。希望矿业界同行共同维护矿业全球化发展大局。感谢会议主持人，感谢与会代表的聆听，非常愿意就大家关心的问题进行讨论，也非常抱歉我只能用中文来发言，谢谢大家。
A very big thank you to Jean He Chen, obviously chairman and founder of Tsitsing Mining. So we are very proud to deliver something very exclusive to this year's Mining Indaba with our highly regarded speaker. He is the go-to specialist for the US President Joe Biden and previously worked with the administration of President Barack Obama as the US Assistant Secretary of State. While we're just setting up the stage, I'm going to encourage you to all please continue to take your insights and also your photos and share them on social media using the hashtag MI2023 and also hashtag Mining Indaba. We are honored to welcome his inaugural Mining Indaba, Mr. Amos Hochstein, Special Presidential Coordinator for Global Infrastructure and Energy Security at the United States Government, and he will be in conversation with Bloomberg's NEF's Head of Metals and Mining, Dr. Kwesi Ampofo. Please welcome both of them on stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back to Cape Town. And I think we are very interesting times. I've been doing this for the last 4 years, and I can see a couple of familiar faces sitting in front here and those at the back. But the person sitting next to me, 4 years, I've never seen you. Before we even begin, why are you here?
Well, thank you, Kwesi. First of all, it is great to be at Mining Indaba and be back in South Africa. But you're right. This is my first time coming to this conference, and what I think it does signal from the U.S. administration, from President Biden, is the importance that we place on the critical minerals, rare earths, the supply chains. And the reason for that is, beyond everything else that we've talked about, we are at a moment of the greatest transformation that we've seen since the Industrial Revolution. We are entirely recreating the energy system. And we are taking a 150-year-old system and we're unplugging it while plugging in a new one. And that is remarkably complicated and difficult. And it's going to continue to be difficult. Now, this has tremendous meaning for the United States. We've just passed a variety of legislations in the U.S. Congress in order to address that. But it also has incredible meaning for Africa. And this is a moment of opportunity. About 100 years ago, we were at the beginning of the previous energy system growing of oil and gas, or oil and much later gas. And if you look at Africa today, and you look at Africa at that point in time, both of them were moments of opportunity. And I would say the moment of opportunity in the previous energy system was not harnessed. And you can look at where oil-producing countries are today compared to where they really should be as far as taking advantage of that resource. But here we are with a 2.0. This is a new opportunity. The world once again finds itself relying and critically needing the resources that are abundant in Africa. And the question will be, will Africa rise to that challenge? Will countries on this continent say, this is our moment to not only be suppliers to the world, but for the moment of capturing that wealth, capturing that opportunity to transform countries and the continent as a whole, to build new infrastructures and new schools and new hospitals and bring it about, and not be in the same place where they say in 10 years from now, looking back and say, we squandered that opportunity. Because for the first time in 100 years, there's that new opportunity. So we as the United States, we want to be, I'm not gonna fool anyone. We're here because we need the resources in order to have a green, clean energy transition that is diversified and efficient. But we're also here because this is the moment that we think we can advance that relationship. We just went through the Africa Leaders Summit in Washington. This is what we talked about. Secretary Yellen, the Secretary of Treasury, was just here. We're going to have additional members of the cabinet coming here. We're coming here with our resources. We want to be investors in Africa. We want to be partners in Africa. And to be honest, this conference is where you start. So I'm very glad to be here today for that reason.
No, this is indeed great. And then, so you unpacked a lot, right? And you talked about the last 100 years. And so what I know is that this is not the first time Africa has had minerals that the world needs, or America to be specific. And there's been interest in, there's a history, let me put it that way directly. Would it be different this time?
Yeah, look, when I talk about learning from mistakes of the past, that's not just about Africa, that's about the United States. We have to show up in a way that is a partnership. That means that we bring financial resources, expertise resources, human resources, and partnership where we're not just coming, wanting to get something and leaving, but rather coming and investing in, let's set this partnership. We're not here demanding anything. We're here offering, saying that we need the resource, but we want to have this partnership. And why would it be different? One, I think countries can say, if you're going to come invest, if you want to own resources, well, you got to make sure that you're not employing our children, that you're paying fair wages, not fair wage for what you perceive to be what you're able to get, but what an international standard for a fair wage, with health benefits and pension and retirement and investment in the community. If you're not willing to do that, we don't want you in our country as an investor, because we did that before and it didn't work. It made a few people rich and kept everybody else poor. So I think that's what we want to come. We want to say, let's think about this. You're at the ground floor of the energy transition. These are the early years. There's so much abundance of resources in Africa that we all need. So let's have a new contract that says that companies will invest in the community, that the government will set up these funds, and we are willing to be helpful. I'm not trying to tell someone I'm here only for altruism. We need these resources in the United States, and we need them around the world. And we want them to be from as diverse a platform of countries around the world as possible. But we have such a critical need to have this be a success for African countries, and that's why we want to come here with money, we want to come here with expertise, and we want to come here with development partnership. That's the only way. The energy transition, there's no value in saying it's going to be cleaner if we're not making it equitable. and just if we are taking resources so that we have a clean energy system, but African countries that have the resource don't. That's why we announced, President Biden announced a $2 billion renewable energy projects in Angola. We're just signing an MOU to do the same thing in Nigeria. We're looking at countries across where we can say we need to build the same systems we want back at home. We need to have them here. This is the epicenter for climate change, not just for the resources. So we have to have that mutually beneficial relationship between countries in Africa and the United States.
Yeah, that's really interesting that you mentioned these sort of partnerships. And I know a recent partnership that the United States government has entered is with the DRC and Zambia, and obviously it's about talking about value addition. And it's just really, are we expecting to see those forms of partnership across other African countries? Because in the audience, I'm pretty sure I see the DRC governor here. And obviously there are countries like Nigeria, there are other countries that are looking forward to such partnerships. Should we expect more of that?
I think you have to look at it as what makes the most sense and the most value, not just what is the shiniest object. And I think oftentimes people come and say, we're going to build something, and we sign all kinds of MOUs and we talk a lot about it, but they don't act, and then we don't follow through. And then people say, oh, you know what, the United States was here, or X government was here, they promised all these things, they walked away, 5 years later there's nothing there. Let's look at what's really realistic. The value chain for critical minerals and rare earths tends to be actually at the mine, at the production, some of the refining, but there's limits to how much you can do. And if you tried to put the complexity in there of having to import other things into it, you may have distracted from what can be done. And I think that when we look, I was in Kinshasa just a few months ago, and I think DRC is a great example of the kind of opportunity that exists. And let's not let DRC look back in a few years and say, I can pick any oil country in Africa that has not succeeded in the way that the great hopes were in the 1960s and 1970s when they discovered the oil. And now we're 60 years later without the GDP there is not where it needs to be for a country that's produced that vast wealth over that period of time. And I can tell you, I've met now with President Tshisekedi a number of times and with his government officials, and I do think we have a great opportunity of saying we don't want to have the kind of labor force that is currently companies from the outside are forcing upon us. Let's look for the best in class, because it's the people's resource at the end of the day. This is not somebody coming to the country, in any country in Africa, and saying, I'm going to innovate, I'm going to create something new. No, I'm going to come and take the resource that exists below the land that you live on. It is your resource of your people, and I'm going to take it out of the ground, and it's going to end up being part of fueling the global economy. Well, for that, there needs to be a social contract of what does that mean? What are those companies going to do there? So I think, yes, over time we will build more and more of the value chain. But I think we shouldn't look at step number 5 when we haven't figured out step number 1. How do we make sure that the revenues stay in the country? The revenues are used to lift up people from across the country. How can you have regions of exploration where people go to work every day in a mine that is making billions of dollars, but they go home and there's no electricity, and there are no roads, and there's no rail, and there's no school, and there's no university, and there's no health clinics? How is that possible that a mine has been operating for 5 years in a community and there's no critical infrastructure there? What does that mean for the people who work in that mine if they're part of fueling the global economy, but it's not fueling their local economy? That's what I think is here at stake. That's what the great opportunity here is. And that's what I think it is incumbent upon the United States and industrial countries around the world who are going to benefit from these resources. As we see shiny car after shiny car being launched, as electric vehicles. Well, what's in that car? At the end of the day, the car is a tin box with a battery. What's in the battery? What's in the battery is Africa. And therefore, if you're going to sell that car for $80,000, we should make sure that whatever in that battery is improving the lives of everyone. And it's the responsibility of governments in Africa, and it's also the responsibility of the governments around the world to make sure that we're supporting each other.
Indeed. I'm actually tempted to ask if you drive an electric car.
I do.
Oh, awesome.
It's a Ford.
It's a Ford. It has to be American, I guess.
It's a Mustang, so it's, you know, it's a little bit more than that, but yes.
So anyway, still, you talk about not jumping from step 1 to step 5. And in between step 1 and step 5, I gather a few points you made. You talk about infrastructure, you talked about skills development, you talked about ensuring that basic needs of the people are met. And in the beginning, you talked about the fact that we need a new social contract that does not just exploit minerals. So in jumping from stage 1 to stage 5, or stage 1 to stage 2, obviously that partnership must address the infrastructure deficits in Africa, the skills deficits in Africa, among other factors. You have a very broad role in terms of your coverage, reporting to the president, of course. Are there other initiatives that would address the gap to ensure that ultimately in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, we would have addressed infrastructure, the skills deficits, and among other factors? What other initiatives will come alongside the minerals or the resources partnership you have to ensure that Africa can move to stage 5 in the future?
Well, at the last G7, at the Group of 7 meeting, the leaders announced a global partnership for infrastructure and investment. And the idea behind that is to say, how do we pool resources? One is to convince Western companies to invest in Africa if they haven't before. And what do you need to do that? Let's just have an honest conversation. Financial institutions around the world don't like to finance in Africa because they say, I'm being very, broad. Different countries are in different places, but they say there's country risk, there's currency risk, there's governance risk and corruption, and there's infrastructure risk, meaning how do you get products in? I get that you can build it, but how are you going to get it out? Landlocked countries don't have access to critical infrastructure that will get you all the way to the ports and roads and rail and so on. So what we decided to do is we don't have the money to just any one of us to put into it. So how do we incentivize the international financial system to invest in this? And that is a very hard task. And so for that reason, we need to mitigate the risk. We have to come in not with the highest level of dollars, but smaller dollars that indicate the investment by the government, by the United States, by Germany, by the UK, or whomever, Japan, and say, we're going to de-risk the investment to allow the international investment class to come in. And I can tell you that at the senior-most levels of our government, we've had these conversations with the largest financial institutions and banks, private equity, hedge funds, banks, to say, tell us, what do I need to do as the US government that makes you put that dollar in? And that's the conversation we're in now. And I think we made a number of those announcements at the African Leaders Summit when President Biden met with them. And we're living up to that. So it's going to be one step at a time. That's why I was saying before, we've already announced some investments through the DFC or the Exim Bank of the United States, where we're doing exactly that. Great. Where we've seen that a $35 million investment by the US government then leverages up and allows others to say, okay, now we'll come in because the US government's here. And not only are they here, but we're taking the first loss. Yep. We're taking the most junior money, most junior debt, so that we are the first loss. We will take our profits later, which is still an investment, of course. But I want the bank to say, you're senior to me. You can be incentivized to do this. And we've had an American company, Piedmont, that operates in the United States, received money from the US government for lithium mining and processing, but it is also investing in Ghana.
And just to be clear, I come from Ghana, by the way.
Well, I see. I didn't know that. I paid tribute anyway. But we're trying. That's part of making sure that as we pass legislation in the United States, that it translates into investments in Africa. Because we will, despite the Inflation Reduction Act, which has been talked a lot about, and will open up mining. We're not going to mine ourselves out of this in the United States. We're going to have mining, but we're going to rely on other parts of the world, whether it's South America or Africa. And we want our companies invested here. But they will only come, and I've said this to many heads of state, they will come if they come in and they have a good experience, and they are free of the governance issues, and they're allowed to have their revenues while also investing in the community. And if they have a good experience, American companies will then follow, and their peers will follow. But that's the piece that we need to figure out, how to do that. How do we get government money through the G7, incentivizing private sector capital that then allows investment? And that's when the partnership with the African governments comes in. If they then take them by the hand, have that red carpet of saying, you do your part, we'll do ours. Yep. Then more companies will come. Great. I promise you that.
I believe that. So there are two things I want to address. So first, transparency of investment and capital, and then just transition. So let's start with transparency. And I think you raised a very important point about the fact that, of course, when the US government comes into a country, it ensures that there's transparency in transaction. And I think part of the problem that we talked about earlier, about the last 100 years, is the fact that you see all these investments come into the continent, and then once it touches the ground, there's very little to show. 10 years, 15 years, 10 years. And of course, to a larger extent, it's out of your control. But then also, to another extent, there's a few things that the United States government can actually do to ensure that every dollar that is invested in Africa is stretched as far as it can. So what are some of the, what are your thoughts on how do we ensure that all these investments that end up coming into the continent actually get to be invested in the right projects, free from corruption and free from exploitation?
Look, there's a limit to what the United States government can do, as you said. But I think that in partnership with governments and local governments, we can inspire the right companies to come, ones who have good track records, ones who are not going to bring workers from outside and have them employed in a country. We should use the local. And I'll tell you, there's one company, an American company, that is currently going through a due diligence for lithium somewhere in Africa. And they said, you know, we didn't bring anyone in. We're using the entire due diligence team as geologists, local geologists. And they said the experience has been fantastic. So I think there is a workforce that now exists in Africa that can do the job, and others that can be trained. And I think if you choose the company right, one that is, and you say you cannot bring the workforce from the outside, hire local, you're going to have to pay internationally recognized standard wages, and you have to treat them well. I think just by doing that, you are more likely to have transparency, you are more likely to have a good actor. Companies with track records who work around the world with a good reputation also tend to care about their reputation. And if we shine a light on what they're doing, and if they do the wrong thing, we should broadcast that, whether it's an American company or not. So that I think that the advantage today is that we can name and shame companies. But it should not only be about whether they're operating transparently, whether they're breaking laws. If they're not the right company from a commitment to the community, then they're not the right company for this country. And the country and the government is going to have to do the same thing. The government has to be the partner here. Where the transparency is not just in what the company does, but where's the money going when the revenues are there, when the royalties and taxes and profits are paid, where is it going? What is it paying for? And I got to tell you, it's very hard to know in the moment and very easy to know a couple of years later. Because if that community is not benefiting from these level of revenues and income, you know something's not right.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so I think at Bloomberg NEF, we just published one of our recent reports on transition metals outlook. I think key take home is that we do think that the transition is a $10 trillion opportunity by 2050. And usually when I talk about that, it seems like an abstract number, right? But then I travel to the DRC and you realize that these are not just numbers. These are humans. These are lives. Like, whatever 10 trillion opportunity is there to be earned will be on the back of working people. And that leads me to a just transition. How can we achieve a just transition?
Well, I think it's what I said earlier. I believe that we have to not only invest in extractive industries, we have to also say exactly what we're doing around the world. Every country cares right now about greening our industry, decarbonizing our industry. And by the way, that goes to the mining sector too. Decarbonizing mining is also important. And so I think that if we don't have a concurrent system of finding the resources in the cleanest way possible and refining them and using them for renewable energy, but then investing back in the same communities to make sure that we have a greener future here too. Look, if we end up, what are our goals? If you listen to Ford, GM, or BMW or Mercedes, by 2035, most of them say 100% of their cars, new car sales are going to be electric. Okay, so what happens to countries where the grid is not stable enough today, let alone putting on every car in the country onto the grid? That means we have to strengthen and stabilize the grid. We have to have sustainable microgrids. We have to make sure that we have as much renewable power installed. Think about it. How is it that in Africa, that should be an easier place to install renewable energy, and yet it lags behind? There has to be a commitment to doing that. Costs have been reduced significantly, and this is the moment that we should all be investing. When you talk about just transition, that's what it means. Climate change, you can't battle climate change in parts of the world. It does nothing. You have to battle climate change everywhere in the world.
Good. So I look in the audience, I see mining executives, I see salespeople, I see government officials. So what are the 3 top things you would leave with Africans gathered in here?
I think for Africans, things, one, choose, this is the moment of opportunity. You don't get this more than once every many, many decades. Treat it as a moment of opportunity, not as continuation as business as usual. Choose the companies right. Get the right company with the right reputations who care about your people. And be as diligent as possible to put a new social contract where you sign the kinds of contracts that will benefit your people, and that this social compact exists, that the revenues will reach the people and be reinvested in a new workforce, in a new country. This should be, the energy transition world should be the Africa transition of upward mobility. And I think there's no reason for it not to happen. All the ingredients for this new generation of energy, for this new transformation of the world economy, all of the ingredients are in Africa, and they should be used for Africans.
The energy transition is the African transition. Audience, a round of applause for Amos, please.
Thank you.
And I hope I'll see you here next year as well.
Absolutely.
I'll look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of this part. We will now break for a networking session. We will come back promptly at 13:40, so that is 20 to 2. Please make sure that you do visit the exhibition stands and you network and engage with them, capture the moments, and do share them on social media using the hashtag MI2023 or hashtag Mining Indaba. Make sure you are here at 13:40 promptly, as we will be going into the various panel discussions. Enjoy your break. Welcome back, everyone. If you could kindly take your seats. If you can hear us from outside, we are starting the next session of panel discussions. So to open up this afternoon, please welcome on stage our first session. It's a high-level panel which has an amazing moderator, but I'll introduce him at the end. And we are going to be discussing Walk the Walk on diversity, equality and inclusion. So please make a round of applause and help me welcome on stage CEO of ICMM, Rohitesh Dhawan.
Thank you very much, and greetings, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this session. I'm going to call up my panelists who are going to join us for this discussion on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and what a great panel it is. We've got Tom Palmer, the CEO of Newmont. So Tom, if you want to magically appear behind me, it will appear like this is perfectly coordinated. We have Nolita Fakude, the chairperson of Anglo American and the chair of the Minerals Council of South Africa, and we have Sinead Kaufman, CEO of Rio Tinto Minerals. Thank you, everybody, and a round of applause for them. So folks, I want to make 3 observations as we kick off this panel on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The first observation is, and I think I'm correct in saying this is the first time at the Mining Indaba that there's been a panel on diversity, equity, and inclusion in the main program. And I think that deserves another round of applause. The second observation I want to make is that there may be some, I don't think there's anybody in this audience, who don't believe that diversity, equity, and inclusion are important matters for us to discussing. Now, if they looked at that panel and me, they would be very confused. Because you see, if you don't believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, you might look at the person who looks different and think, well, they're a token. So now let's look at this. Is Tom the token white man? Is Sinead the token white woman? Is Nolita the token black woman? Or am I the token Indian man? Now, we will have achieved true diversity, equity, and inclusion when we stop thinking of people as tokens. And that's the ambition of this panel. The final observation I want to make before we get into discussion is to share with you an open letter that was released last week by Aberdeen. Now, Aberdeen is an asset manager based in the UK who wrote a letter to the industry to say that they stand shoulder to shoulder with us in improving practices related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I was proud to give ICMM's endorsement to that letter and to say that working together between investors and mining companies, we can make important progress on diversity, equity, and inclusion. If you haven't seen that letter, I encourage you to read it on the ICMM website. And I use the word shoulder to shoulder because that's very important. On this issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion, dare I say, the mining industry, the finance industry, or pretty much any other industry you can think of, nobody can occupy a moral superiority. We all need to do work and get our own houses in order before we point fingers at anybody else. And I'm proud of the approach that Aberdeen has taken in that regard. Okay, so with all of that said, we're going to kick off into a discussion. I have 3 simple aims for this panel. 1, what is the state of diversity, equity, and inclusion in our industry? 2, what are we doing to fix it? 3, what more can we do? So, to kick us off, I'm going to first ask Sinead to tell us about an act of service that I think Rio Tinto did for the industry in releasing the Everyday Respect Report. So Sinead, could you tell us a bit about the Everyday Respect Report, what it was and what it found?
Yeah, thanks, Ro. I mentioned earlier on in my speech that we embarked on a journey after finding multiple signals that were telling us that we had an issue with our culture. And it really started at some of our mines in Western Australia, but it spread very quickly into a question around globally. We were getting reports of sexual assault. We were getting increased reports of bullying, and we were very concerned by what it was telling us, and also very concerned that we weren't hearing them through our normal official channels and sort of whistleblower type lines maybe enough. And so we launched the Everyday Respect Task Force, which was led by Elizabeth Broderick, who's the Australian Sex Discrimination Commissioner, and she led a team, an international team, to talk to 10,000 people globally in our business, in multiple languages, and every business we have, to share their stories. And the end result of that report was the Everyday Respect Report, which we published globally, and it's on our website, that really told us that we had an issue in our business with an unhealthy culture around bullying, racism, and sexual harassment. And it wasn't in one country, it was everywhere. And that we needed to do something about that. And so at the time that we published the report, we got some really mixed feedback. We had feedback from some of our investors going, did you really feel you should have shared that publicly? And that's quite a shocking event. And then we actually had, I think one of the best responses was actually from the Chamber in South Africa. And I'll never forget your quote, actually, Nolita. You said, Rio Tinto has grabbed the lion by the head.
Wonderful.
And that meant so much at the time, because I think that really embodied for us how we want to move forward. And we have lots of actions out of that, and we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Wonderful. And I'm also pleased to say, Sinead, to you and your colleagues at Rio Tinto, that you sparked a conversation and a discussion for the global mining industry amongst the table at ICMM, which brings together 26 chief executives, including Tom and the chief executive of Anglo American, to really resist the temptation to say, well, that's a Rio Tinto issue, or that's an Australia issue, and instead to recognize that we as the industry need to act. And we did. Within 6 months of the release of the Everyday Respect Report, I'm proud to say that the ICMM mining principles, which are a condition of membership for all companies, were changed to require companies to take a set of actions that have the net effect of elevating psychological safety to the same level of importance as physical safety. And Sinead, I can draw a clear line back from that action to the Everyday Respect Report. So yet another proof point that what you did was critical. Nolita, from the perspective of both Anglo American and the Minerals Council, lay out the challenges on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thanks, Ro. And again, when the report, the Rio Tinto report, as we referred to it at the time, came out, indeed, we felt that if you just took out the name of the company, it resonated quite a lot with all of us, if not most of us, in terms of some of the issues that were being articulated in that report. Having said that, as we know, all companies do have employee engagement surveys. And the employee engagement surveys always ask questions around safety, around strategy, and culture to a certain extent. And more often than not, the interventions that companies put in place to mitigate or to fix whatever has been raised through those reports tend not to be then openly discussed within the organization, especially when it comes to issues of culture that relates to diversity and inclusion as pertaining to race, to sex, gender, as well as other ethnic challenges. So within Anglo American, for example, in 2018, we had also concluded a particular study, a survey that also indicated that employees in certain areas didn't feel safe both physically and psychological safety, when it comes to sexual harassment, when it comes to bullying, and also the related issues on harassment overall. And therefore, we came together and started a campaign in 2019 that talked to what we refer to as living with dignity, creating safe spaces. And we said safe spaces have got to be at work, at home, in the community, and also in schools everywhere. People should feel safe. And so through that campaign, we have as an organization been very intentional about how we talk about creating those safe spaces, and also systemic in terms of saying, how does this link to our broader strategy of diversity and inclusion, attraction, retention, and also making the workplace an attractive place for people to come and work in and thrive. And so the Living with Dignity campaign, and now the Living with Dignity Hub that we have established, has been an outcome of that particular process.
Wonderful. Nolita, just a minute on the Minerals Council's perspective.
With the Minerals Council in 2022, we also articulated amongst ourselves after a survey what were the 6 foundational measures that we believe the industry needed to address and adopt. And some of those cover issues like training of all employees on unconscious bias. Secondly, dealing with the issue of communicating where there are challenges and also sharing best practices. And thirdly, the whole issue around making sure that the physical space, particularly within the workplace underground, is made safe. Ablution facilities for female and male to be made to be safe, lighting underground, and also issues really around making sure that leadership in the organizations throughout our members have what we always refer to the visible felt leadership, which they demonstrate by how they engage when issues come up. So we have been monitoring that process through the Women in Mining leadership process, where the CEOs of the council are actually members, and then different work teams actually work around that particular strategy.
Great. Tom, I'm prepared to go on record to say that of the 26 ICMM CEOs, I personally felt that your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion was really substantial and probably the deepest of any chief executive that I have experienced. Tell us why this issue is personally so important to you, and what's the state in Newmont?
Thank you, Ro. I think over 30 years, almost 35 years in the mining industry, and quite frankly, I've not seen much change in that length of time. 30 years ago, I worked at... It's not something I'm proud of. I worked at an aluminium smelter where half the management team, it was a diverse team, half men, half women. 20 years ago, I was a general manager of a coal mine where we had significant diversity in our mining crews, and I sit here frustrated in 2023 that we haven't made the sorts of changes that we should have made over that period of time. And I'm part of that problem because the people who...
Sorry, can you repeat that last sentence again?
I am part of that problem.
There's a big echo.
There is a bit of an echo, but I wanted people to hear that very clearly. One more time.
I am part of that problem. And whose behaviour needs to change? The behaviour of the people whose behaviour needs to change are those people with power and privilege, and they look a lot like me in our industry, middle-aged white men. And so when we think about this problem and think about creating dissonance and change, we need to have a very honest and robust understanding of the culture within our industry, within each of our organisations. It is very easy to gloss over the top and say, we don't have a problem here. You have to actually scratch at the surface and ask and genuinely listen to understand the culture within your organisation. And I'm sorry to say that across our 12 managed operations in 8 countries around the world, we on a regular basis have cases and incidents of sexual violence, sexual harassment, bullying and racism. And we need to understand why that's taking place. We need to understand what behaviours need to change, what systems we need to put in place or improve, and what symbolic actions we can take that demonstrate that we're making a difference. And that's really, really hard work. It's really complex work. And if you race into it too quickly thinking you have the answers, you won't get a change in behaviour. You actually have to spend time to sit down to talk to people who are in the minority, understand their perspectives, understand their stories, and then determine a course of action. And that's what we've been doing in our organisation. I know in talking to Sinead what Rio Tinto are doing, it's about understanding those stories and then putting in place meaningful, lasting actions so that long after we've left our roles and the next generation and the generation after us are coming through as leaders in our organisation, we have fundamentally changed the culture in our company and in our industry.
So folks, you can tell from that why I said to you that I think Tom is truly somebody who takes this deeply seriously and is personally committed to change. And I really am really proud, Tom, of standing with you to, in the effort to make change. Tom, could you now, as we move in from recognizing the scale of the challenge, as the three of you have correctly laid out, let's talk about some initiatives that are making a difference. Tom, my favorite one from Newmont is Ahafo North, but you may have your own. Could you give us one or two that you think really stand out as areas of high potential?
I think the example Rose giving around our Ahafo North, a new mine in Ghana, is we've set a target, a diversity target of 50% men by the time it's commissioned. But that's just the diversity target. The more important work is what we're doing around creating an inclusive culture and inclusive workplace, because you can have those targets, but if you don't have the supporting culture, you won't be able to maintain them. And the work we're doing, starting to tease out 4 key areas of work for us to do as leaders. The first one is to empower our leaders to understand what appropriate behaviour is, to be comfortable to call it out and to address the issue and nip it in the bud early. It's no good if we're constantly having to bring external parties in to review and point the issue out for us. As leaders, we need to understand the issue and equip our leaders with the skills to address that issue early such that that behaviour doesn't fester. The second area is to ensure we've got a people-centric focus for the work we do in this space, that we're thinking about how we're managing it from the perspective of the people who are in the minority and having discussions around that. The third area is to take a leaf out of our safety journey as an industry over a long period of time, where we have removed the stigma over accidents and injuries, and we talk about the lessons we can learn and where we can share those lessons broadly across our company and across the industry. How do we do the same things for issues of bullying, harassment, assault and the like? Whilst protecting the reporter or the victim, we can still have conversations around what we can do differently, what we can learn from that. And the fourth area is how do we ensure that we've got a safe workplace? Again, if I talk about we haven't done enough over the years, I still get frustrated that we're still talking about personal protective equipment for women, that we're still talking about appropriate bathrooms to be able to go to the toilet when you're 2 miles underground. They're fundamental things that need to be in place in terms of a safe workplace. So those are 4 key work areas for us that go to an inclusive workplace culture that then enables you to maintain and improve upon diversity numbers.
Thanks, Tom. Sinead, I have my own example of Rio's actions that I personally think are the most powerful. I would say it is the work you are doing with your top 100, 200 leaders, I think, on their own personal development journey because of a belief that I believe, Jakob as the CEO, but the management team have, is you first need to understand and know your own self, including your biases and shortcomings, before you can lead an inclusive culture. Maybe you want to talk about that, Sinead, or maybe another action that Rio Tinto has taken.
Yeah, thanks, Ro. I think we said we'd adopt all 26 actions as they were in the Everyday Respect report. Now, if you have a safety incident, you want less, more impactful actions. right? So you tend to try and look for less. In this instance, all 26 need to be done. And so we broke them into 3 buckets, and actually Tom's described them really well. That is essentially, it's the same. It's about leadership and culture. It's about reducing stigma, education, awareness, physical assets being improved and people feeling safe, physically safe, and also about what you do when you report something and how you treat people respectfully and work through solutions. But for me, everything that we do starts with the leadership of our business. And so we started a journey about 1.5 years ago where we started putting every single one of our leaders through a 5-day intensive leadership self-journey. And we've now done it we've done the top 100, and we're now working on the next sort of level down of about 300, 400 people across the business who are doing it right now. We're about halfway through them. And it's not about a Rio Tinto standards training course. It's essentially, it's really deep, and I'm sure Jakob has spoken about this. It's about really getting to the underlying center of your leadership, your beliefs, and your views on how do you actually improve the business, and knowing yourself really well to be able to help others. So it's a genuine culture change, and every single person who's done that program that I've spoken to, and I've done it as well, it's been a deep personal journey and resulted in a life-changing moments for people. So we're actually really pleased to be rolling that out across the business, and there are no targets, there are no actions. It is about you as a person and how you then lead the business differently.
I love that. My favorite anecdote of Jakob as the CEO of Rio Tinto, some of you may know him, is I sat on a stage like this with him about 3 months ago at Mines and Money, and I asked him to tell us, it was a dinner so it wasn't meant to be too serious, I said, Jakob, what's your leadership style? And he's quiet for a while and he thinks, and then he says, imperfect. And to me, clearly he lives this sense that until you understand yourself better and improve over time, you really can't lead others as well as you can when you know yourself better. So I love, it flows through in what you've just said. Nolita, I'm sorry to take us into such a serious space, but I need you to talk to us about one aspect of DE&I that is particularly awful and problematic, which is of gender-based violence in South Africa. Can you talk to us about the issues related to GBV, as it's known for short, and the actions that both Anglo-American and the Minerals Council are taking?
Yeah, in South Africa, during, like in most countries, during the COVID period, we all realized that as the president of the country named it, that we had a second pandemic over and above the COVID pandemic, which was the gender-based violence that was actually being experienced across the country, including femicide. And so from a country perspective, there is a presidential gender-based violence and femicide task team that is in place with 5 key pillars. They're called 5 strategic pillars. And those cover the issues around safety, the issues of making sure also that the justice system does work for victims and for people when they come and present. The 3rd pillar around it is also around economic empowerment of women, because clearly one of the challenges that we often see is that when women are in a situation where, whether it's domestic violence or any other gender-based violence that they experience, that there's always the issue around economic ability to go and move on with your life. And also the 4th one being to make sure that all the government departments actually integrate their strategies to make sure that they are looked through from a developmental perspective with a gender lens, including the budgeting process, as well as as I had indicated, the broader safety issue. So with the gender-based violence process and program as articulated among civil society and government, one of the key issues was how do we actually start funding this as a country? And so one of the key fundraising events were set up in 2021, where the gender-based and femicide fund was established. And the mining sector, I must say, I was very grateful that we were amongst the first to come up and put in more than 60 million rands into that fund across the different companies in the mining sector, so that that fund can be able to support civil society to help with some of the programs they have, particularly the issues around creating shelters for women in particular, and obviously men who find themselves in a situation of violence. So there is a funding part and strengthening of civil society part that is there. The second one has been to partner with the National Prosecuting Authority, because they've got a department it's called SOCA, Social Economic Development and Community Affairs, and there they have established what are referred to as the Tutuzela centers, Tutuzela care centers. And these are one-stop shop centers that you will find within any community, but ideally they need to be linked to a police station, so that when someone comes in to report the situation, they actually experience a much more victim-centric approach, rather than where you go in and get a secondary abuse, because now you have to tell your story to the police who have not been trained accordingly. So with the NPA, the Tutuzela centers are established and also linked to the National Home Shelter Movement. And the mining sector, again, November last year, we committed as an industry to partner within the communities where we operate in establishing these Tutuzela centers. I can say about 10 of our companies across in the mining sector already have put in place those partnerships with the National Prosecuting Authority. So it's not only providing support for your employees, but it's also providing support for the communities where employees come from, so that we can deal with the ecosystem. I think, Patro, the last other part to talk to, which is also very important, is how we open up economic opportunities as an industry for women, particularly around procurement, because the whole issue around how you manage careers of people individually, it's one thing, but again, with supply chain and procurement opportunities that we have, we almost need to consciously have set-asides for women-owned businesses, especially SMEs, in these organizations of ours, so that then we can make sure that the economic empowerment of women is also addressed as part of this process.
I love that point, Nolitsa, and we'll count that as your one top priority that we as an industry should focus on, economic empowerment of women. Last word from Sinead and Tom. From your points of view, the one key thing that we as an industry should pay special attention to, and be careful, don't add to my to-do list, but there are things that you feel we as a global industry need to do better on DE&I. What would they be? Maybe Sinead first, then Tom.
Yeah, thanks. I think we cannot have you can have a diversity target, and you can try and meet a diversity target, and we have to have a diversity of our workforce that reflects society. And so what Tom's example, what he's doing in Ghana is a good example of that. But we can't just focus on numbers. You know, diversity is what people see, but inclusion is how people feel, and that is something that I would say as an industry, we need to find a way of describing that to help people to understand what that looks like and how to help implement.
Great. Tom?
I'll bring it back to what I mentioned earlier in terms of whose behaviour needs to change. It's the people in positions with power and privilege. And they are typically in the line leadership role. And similar to how we have learned some important lessons in the improvement in safety in our industry, and still a long, long way to go, that change comes when you equip your line leaders to do that work. They are held accountable to do that work, and then they are well supported by quality health and safety professionals. And our industry, when we think about an inclusive workplace, It's the work of line leaders, and Sinead talked about the training programs that are taking place in Rio Tinto. And then we have our health and safety specialists, our business integrity specialists, and our HR professionals who provide the support and advice that cannot be ignored. But it has to be the line leaders whose behaviour has to change, because it's only when that happens that you get a sustainable improvement in your culture.
Wonderful. Well, folks, I said to you we were going to do three things. Talk about the scale of the challenge on DE&I, talk about some real concrete examples of work that's being done, and thirdly, talk about where we need to go further. I think we've achieved all three, so please join me in giving them a round of applause for that. Don't go anywhere just yet. I have one last task to do before I hand over to Nolita for her part of it, which is, and I'm going to stand up for this so I can look him a bit closer in the eye, and that is to, on behalf of ICMM and the global mining industry, to give a word of thanks to Roger Baxter for his leadership of the Minerals Council of South Africa for more years than he'd like to admit, but fewer years than we would have wished. Now, Roger, when I met you, I immediately knew that I would like you. And there are sometimes you meet people like this, isn't it? And then Roger told me why we might have this karmic connection. Roger's family, like mine, traces its history back to India. And so I didn't know that we had this connection between us. And I hope, Roger, you're not going to tell us that your last name is actually Roger Gupta. As long as you don't drop that bombshell, you're welcome to give your final speech with Mzila in a minute. But on a serious note, Roger, if I was to describe you and the work and contribution you have made to the global mining industry, it would be two words: pathologically optimistic. I have truly never met somebody who can approach any situation, no matter how difficult, with the kind of can-do attitude that you can. And I think it's only fitting to have received the really encouraging set of safety results we have this year in the South African mining industry to tell us what sustained effort fueled by pathological optimism can achieve. So on behalf of the global mining industry, folks, please just join me in a word of thanks to Roger Baxter. Now, Tom, Sinead, and I will exit left. Nolita, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ro, and good afternoon, colleagues. I have the difficult task of using Roger's last official appearance at the Mining Indaba to say thank you and goodbye to him as the CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa. As many of you would know, after 3 decades of commitment to the industry, Roger will step down from his role at the Minerals Council at the end of April this year. That may even squeeze him for longer, but that's what we have for now. It marks the end of 9 years in the leadership role at the Minerals Council, during which he oversaw fundamental changes on behalf of the Council. Affectionately known and called Mr. Frank Baxter by our Minister, Minister Mantashe, Roger had been instrumental in transforming the Minerals Council to the strong and credible advocacy group that we have become. During his tenure, he spearheaded the name change, amongst other issues, from Chamber of Mines to Minerals Council South Africa, marking a decisive step away from our past and positioning us as a partner of choice in all aspects of the economy that have a bearing on mining. Today, we are a modern, dynamic industry body that works tirelessly for our nearly 80 member companies and associations. And this, no less, could not have happened without Roger's pragmatic energetic and strong principled leadership. As President of the Council, I'm particularly pleased that during this time, we have built up our ability to constructively engage all levels of government, labor, and business associations to ensure a conducive environment for not just mining, but the broader economy. We have a strong voice where it matters, and Roger has played an important role in this. Under his leadership, the Minerals Council has achieved several milestones, and he will be coming up to talk about some of that with Mzila. And I can assure you that this list is by no means comprehensive. Some of these milestones include managing the COVID-19 pandemic on behalf of the industry, also helping to create a better legislative and policy environment for the sector through lobbying and legal processes, by collaborating with other business associations in many other instances. Fighting state capture and unethical leadership, as well as leading the mining sector in recording one of the most important milestones we have seen when it comes to safety. 2 years on record in 2019 and 2022 through real, visible, and felt CEOship. Roger has successfully advocated and unlocked private sector investment in renewable energy. I'm sure you can talk a lot more about that. And finally, he has accelerated our efforts to make the mining industry a more diverse, safe and inclusive industry. In fact, the strategy that we're talking about of diversity, inclusion and equity within the council, that was one of those strategies that Roger had put forward to us to drive. Roger is a very good friend to many of us and someone we will all miss dearly, especially in this role. And to say goodbye to him as he has left his incredible, indelible mark in our landscape, we wish really to wish him well for the future and hope that he is not lost to the industry. Roger, I thought to read a little bit of an extract from a poem that my mother hung in our home, and most of us are aware of, even though it was talking about sons, but I think she hoped that we all would imbibe this, and it always reminds me of you. And it's from Clipping, and the poem is called If. And I quote, "If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired of waiting, if you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. I know your mom would be proud, and we are proud to be associated with you. Enkosi kakhulu, Roger, all the best. And may I please ask Mzila Mtenjana from Exaro to come and have a fireside chat with Roger Baxter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sis Nolita, for the introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Roger. And I think quite an illustrious introduction that we had. Maybe just by way of background, my name is Mzila Mtenjane, and I'm Executive Head for Stakeholder Affairs at Exaro. It's certainly an honor and a privilege, Roger, to be sitting here on the last few weeks before you leave I think it's the Minerals Council and hopefully not the industry that you're leaving.
Yes.
Great, that's good. So I guess maybe just to kick off, I've known you ever since I've been in the industry, and it's not long, just over 20 years when I graduated from Wits in 1992. And maybe we can just start off with, just for those in the audience who may not be familiar with you, just background about who Roger is, where you come from, and how you got into this industry.
Mzila, thank you. I spent my first 5 years as a lightie in Johannesburg. My parents were transferred up to Zimbabwe, where I went to school before coming back to South Africa, back home again when I was 18 in 1984, just to put some age perspective here.
Yeah.
A couple of interesting points about me. I jumped over my own height at high school, played first team rugby for a couple of years, didn't do too much academics, but just managed to get into university, thank goodness. Played some pretty competitive rugby at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, but I realized I wasn't very talented after my 4th concussion, so I decided to preserve what little brain I had left. My original ideal was to go and study medicine at the University of Cape Town, but the rugby story kind of like detracted from my access point into university, so I went and studied economics and strategy. And it's just quite interesting to note that my son, my 24-year-old son, has just passed his Monash econometrics and economics with a cum laude result. So I've got a son who's much more smarter than I am, which is fantastic. But no, I joined the Minerals Council after a couple of years of work in my dad's family business. It was the then Chamber of Mines in 1992. It was a fascinating place. When you went to the Gold Producers Committee, there were 7 white leaders from the Gold Producers Committee. They sat around the table, they had name tabs, they had name tabs, they all smoked cigars, and the chamber officials sat around the outside and didn't provide any inputs unless they were spoken to. That was how hierarchical and patriarchal the industry was at that time, and obviously there were no females in the industry at all at a leadership level. So that was my introduction, but I joined as a junior economist in 1992. I served 6 months probation. My first package was 1,800 Rand a month.
Wow, that's big money.
It was really a huge amount of salary, but after 6 months they didn't quite know what to do with me, so they actually hired me.
Employed you.
and life was never the same again.
Wow, and I'm just going to pick on the words that you use yourself, so I'm not making this up, that you preserved what little brain that you had after a couple of concussions with the rugby, and look at where we are today. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, no, exactly. Listen, it was a heck of a journey. I got to play rugby with a number of really talented players. Natal won the Currie Cup for the first time in 100 years of trying in 1990, and I'd played a bit of rugby with some of those guys, but not obviously for Natal or for our first side. But great bunch of people. I still see them from time to time. Every now and then I get sitting in the passport queue at OR Tambo Airport, I'll get this, "Hey Baxter, is that you?" And I'll look around and it'll be Cliffy Ekbrink, who played hooker for Natal, and I'll say to him, "Cliffy, you still look as damn ugly as you did all those years ago, but fantastic people." That's what it's about. It's all about the people that I've had the privilege of working with over the years.
And that's something which I think, certainly when I started in the industry, is often spoken about, that mining is about people. And that's something that I've carried with me to where I am. But maybe just to make the most amount of use with the time that we have, your career is 2 halves. The first half being before you left for Canada, and the second half when you came back. Maybe just give us some insights in terms of that first half, what you remember of that, what drove you to Canada, and I think somebody then must have turned on the light and then you decided to come back.
Yeah, Mzila, thanks. Well, let's just say there were three thirds rather than 2 halves. The first third was became the youngest ever head of the economics department in 1998. They wouldn't promote me to the position of chief economist. They thought I was too young. So I went and joined the stockbroking industry for a year as an economist and strategist with one of the stockbroker firms. But I got a phone call from Bobby Godsall. And Bobby Godsall said to me, "Roger, listen, we need you back in the industry. What's your price? And I came back and joined as the chief economist. I served a 10-year term, eventually becoming senior executive at the end of that particular term. And it was quite a remarkable period, worked with some incredibly talented and capable people, which I still do. But in 2011, kind of like got a bit of itchy feet. And Mark Kodafani said to me, he said, Roger, listen, go and work for Rio in Montreal, in Canada, go and test yourself against the best. But he said, mark my words, you're going to figure this out in 6 months and you're going to be bored. That was his comment to me at the time. And I said to him, Mark, I don't believe that, but being the sort of person that I am, I got stuck in. I think my Canadian counterparts were quite interested why they always found this South African at work at 6 o'clock in the morning, leaving work at sort of 8 o'clock at night. They wondered if I actually had a family, and I'd taken a family across to Canada. But it was a fantastic experience, really enjoyed it. Would have liked to have stayed a little bit longer, but I met Mark in South Africa on one of my return trips. We had a particular conference that I was at, and he said to me, listen, mate, we need you back in the equation to play a leadership role for South Africa. And testament to the Rio team, Tom Albanese asked his team, Elaine Dorward-King, he said to Elaine, do you think Roger's going to be more value for us in Canada or more value for the industry in South Africa? And Elaine said, definitely the industry in South Africa. So they allowed me to come back to play that leadership role, and I've been immensely privileged since then to come back, first of all, as senior exec, then COO, and then with my good friend Mike Techie, they gave me almost a blank canvas to really drive the agenda of reforming the then chamber into what is now the Minerals Council. So that was a bit of the journey.
Great, and I think, I can safely say we've had the benefit of that work ethic from, 6 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock. And I'm sure there have been incidents where it's been maybe even 4 o'clock in the morning till almost 4 o'clock the following day. And before I get into that, maybe, just contrasting that, that moment when you came back, or that period when you came back, the differences that you saw and some of the activities that you were involved in.
Mzila, I think what's important for all South Africans to realize is that we are just as good as the rest of the world from a leadership and capability point of view. That's what I learned in Canada. I actually learned that we actually have an edge up in the way that we engage people, particularly given the challenges that South Africa faced. I mean, just remember that I arrived back in South Africa a month before Marikana happened.
Wow.
So I've literally been running since Marikana. But again, we do what South Africans do. We got together in a huddle. We understood what the problem was, we identified what the solution should be, and we got on with really driving a reform process around dealing with that issue. Same as what we've done on health and safety, same as what we've done on dealing with legacies, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll touch a bit on that in a moment about the reform process, which has been a remarkable journey.
Yeah, and maybe if you can remind us, were you around at the time of the first mining charter?
So Mzila, I guess Alan didn't give you enough of the details, but so actually...
and your role there?
Zoli Deliza, Bobby Godsell and myself were the main charter negotiators on behalf of the chamber at the time. So in 2002, we were involved in a set of discussions. In fact, we had already developed a paper on transformation in the sector in 2001 before government came out with a request to engage us. So the industry had already been thinking about it. I'd been looking at the United States. I'd been looking at the Malaysian example. So we had developed a paper, taken it back to our board for our council at that particular time. And yeah, Bobby and myself were the two main negotiators, and then Zoli came in when we had the unfortunate blowout. I think it was the 26th of July 2002, where the industry lost 50 billion rands worth of value, which in those days was a lot. The total industry market cap was 750 billion. Someone said, someone was flying kites. We were blamed for leaking it. We blamed government for leaking it. But it was quite an interesting process afterwards to go and reconcile with the rest of the world. And it was quite interesting to see. I think I didn't know that Minister Phumzile Mlambo Nguka was actually a rugby player, because I remember I was the youngster that went across to deal with the investment community in London in a South African delegation, and we arrived in Whitehall's. I came into the meeting with 60 very uptight fund managers, And she said, oh, here's Roger Baxter from the Chamber of Mines. Let's hear what he has to say, because, you know, to try and calm down the tensions. And we had a fantastic session. I asked the team there, you know, what they, you know, if they thought what we were doing in terms of opening up the industry to participation by historically disadvantaged South Africans, what we were doing on procurement, what we were doing on skills. Are these all things that are bad for the industry or good for the industry? And I think we walked out of there with a much greater level of calmness about the fact that we had a plan to help transform the industry in a sensible, reasonable approach, and I think we've done a lot on that basis.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason I actually just selected that issue, because that was probably the beginning of some significant reforms for the industry. We continue to embark on reforms for reasons of adapting to changing global events. And maybe you can just share with us some of the fun that you had in terms of all the reforms that we've been going through. And then so I'm talking to Roger right now, but I also want to invite Frank in this conversation. Now, Roger is in no measure schizophrenic, but for those who've been in the industry long enough, you'll know Frank. And Frank tends to talk about more the frustrations that we experience in the industry. Maybe you can just talk about that, share that with us for a moment.
Well, let's start off 1998, having been one of the negotiators on the energy policy white paper. I think we had a very pragmatic energy policy white paper. I just don't understand why it's taken us 25 years to implement it.
There's Frank coming out there.
There's Frank coming out, but no, listen, I think we're now really in a position where the reforms that were announced last July by His Excellency President Ramaphosa very much are putting us on track to do what we should have done 25 years ago. So a little bit of frustration, but let me just say, we've had some remarkable successes. I mean, I spent 5 years negotiating a new royalty act for South Africa with the National Treasury before the rollout of the old order system was done, and we introduced the new order system in terms of the MPRDA. And South Africa has in place an EBIT-based profit formula royalty, which is cutting-edge global leading practice. But I think as sometimes as South Africans, we spend so much time focused on the things we need to fix instead of talking about the things that we've actually done quite well. Is a bit sad. I must admit, having chaired the investment components of the inputs into the Presidential Investment Summit on a couple of occasions on behalf of organized business, sometimes I've been concerned that my business colleagues didn't speak up enough as they should have. That's why I became Frank, and they kind of like tagged along. But we got together what we call the Big Six. We had some really tough conversations with government on a range of issues, and my view is that business is standing up and being counted. But you asked about some fun examples. There were some tough examples. I mean, I remember sitting at the Africa Down Under conference in Perth in 2017 with erstwhile Minister Zwane. He got up on stage after having signed an agreement that the charter was withdrawn. He stood up and he indicated that the charter was law and that everyone was happy with it and come and invest in South Africa. And I basically, with the mandate of the Minerals Council office bearers, stood up and said the industry has lost confidence in this minister's ability to run and lead the mining sector. And he was replaced a short while later by Minister Mantashe. So that was tough, but just on the fun side of it, we boycotted the dinner. It was the Joburg Indaba dinner, and Bernard Swanepoel was quite upset with me because Minister Zwane was, or erstwhile Minister Zwane was having dinner, and Sandy McGregor was quite miffed with me for the fact that he had to sit next to the minister and entertain him. And the next day, Bernard said to me, well, why the hell didn't you pitch for the dinner? And I said, well, there was something on the menu called Estina cheese, and we didn't all want to have indigestion after the meal. So hence that was a bit of the fun moment.
Yeah, no, great. I remember an expression that I got recently from Andre de Ruyter when he was talking about his less than illustrious predecessor. And it sounds like it's the same description you're attributing to the minister's predecessor.
Yeah, perhaps. No, exactly.
But I think from what you've shared with us, Roger, is that the relationship that we've built as an industry with perhaps not just government, but all other social partners, it has been important in terms of getting the industry where it is. It certainly has been tough. And I mean, would you say the industry has stepped up to the challenges, what would be some of the examples you would give of what the industry, either through specific companies, in terms of how has the industry responded to some of the key challenges, maybe even recently?
So Mzila, listen, I think for me it's been a remarkable privilege and honor to have played a leadership role. I never sought out any glory or fame. I always just wanted to do my job to the best of my ability. I think my office bearers always know me as sort of 1000% commitment. That's just the way that I am. That's who I am. If I reflect back, when I first took over the leadership of the then chamber in 2014, we were going through a pretty tough period. The chamber at the time was having its own legitimacy problems, lots of legacies that it had to deal with, etc. We rebranded and renamed the organization, but it wasn't just a name change. We went back and we helped government address the 900,000 backlog in the Medical Bureau for Occupational Diseases. We worked exceptionally hard as a leadership team with all the CEOs and the industry players and government to improve the safety performance of the industry and to manage the COVID pandemic, just to mention a couple. And I think if you reflect on it, the mining industry bailed South Africa out during COVID. This was one sector that played a critical leadership role. We had already written to the minister, and this is the level of the relationship, before the country went into lockdown, just saying, Minister, don't lock down the mining sector because we have, we need a bit of coal for the power stations and, etc. And the minister and his team were very pragmatic. They helped put in the standard operating procedures that we had helped to develop with the Chief Inspector of Mines. And let's look at the success. We vaccinated 77% of our employees. Our fatality rate from COVID was 1.18%. You'll see that number stick in my brain, Mzila, compared to a 2.6% rate for the rest of the country. And without mining, the fiscus would have been in deep trouble, the economy would have been in deep trouble, and so we really played a key leadership role there. But if I just reflect for a moment, the journey that we've been on improving and getting to the safest years on record, the one thing that's really kept me up at night, apart from Minister Mantashe's 10 or 11 o'clock phone calls, which Nolita also has from time to time, which is why I don't mind taking a phone call from the Minister if it's an important issue, and that's the level of the engagement that's taken place, has been about us really improving our safety record, and I'm really greatly honored to have played some degree of a role in helping the industry achieve the best year on record. But 49 people didn't go home last year, which is still something that kept me up at night. And I think the industry has really got its act together on this side. So I know the time's running out, so it's been a remarkable journey, and to have played a role at the International Council on Mining and Metals and to have worked with so many fantastic people. Perhaps the most endearing thing to me has been the quality of the leadership and the quality of the people, not only in the board, not only at the ICMM, not only from my office bearer's perspective, but also the fantastic team of the Minerals Council itself and many of the different ministers and senior people from the Reserve Bank and others that we've worked with over the years. It's been a heck of a journey, and perhaps a book might be due at some stage.
I'm looking forward to that. And I think, in light of those successes that you've highlighted in the context of these global changes, the transitions that are taking place, the mining industry, in my view, could probably be described as having been way and far away from the starting blocks, leading in a lot of issues. And so looking forward, what would be some of your advice, to your successor, given, where we've come from, and I think having led the charge so far?
Mzila, so I think, first of all, leadership continuity is critical, and we've got a fantastic team in the Minerals Council. My senior executive and HOD team have been remarkably good, and as well as our office bearers and board. Keep on doing the right things, which is what we've been doing. Speaking truth to power, holding people accountable, and focusing on the fact that South Africa's got incredible mineral potential. I must just say that if I reflect on what we could have done in the last year on the logistics side, just as an example, we probably could have exported 150 billion rand more, of which the Minister of Finance, who was sitting at the table with me yesterday, would have got 27 billion. So I think the industry is standing up and being counted. We are going to say what we need to say on the critical issues, and we will be continue to drive an agenda which is to really encourage much greater competitiveness, investment in the sector, both at an exploration and at a mining level, and this inclusive growth, which we think is very possible for the industry. So I'm certainly wishing the team the best in the next round, but I've still got a couple of months to go, and I'm still going to be giving 1,000%.
Thank you very much. And I think that when many of you speaks truth to what Roy Tay said, the pathological optimist.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Roger, for this opportunity. Please join me. So what do we do now?
You may leave the stage, thank you. A massive thank you to Roger and Mzila. I like that, actually. Pathological optimism. I like